Well, good evening. It has been a minute, and it's good to be back. Tonight we're going to talk about Cuba and Loki. Tonight we're going to talk about Cuba and what's going on down there. I'm sure a lot of you know. Maybe there's some things you don't know because there's a lot of things I didn't know. And so I did a deep dive over the last 3 days. Honestly, I knew pretty much nothing about Cuba except what we all learned in high school and maybe junior high school if you went to a better school than me. And yeah, we're going to talk about what's going on, why I feel the Trump administration is doing exactly what should have been done by multiple administrations, even though they won't admit it now. Many of them were right back to JFK. We're trying to unseat the Castro regime. And that's what it is. Even though there's not a Castro technically in office right now, it's still that same old guard that runs Cuba. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to start an introduction video. I kind of mashed together a bunch of news reports and then some things about Cuba internally. There's some great clips from Rebel News. They went undercover in Cuba recently, and what I want you to see this through unbiased eyes. I'm not trying to bias you, but I will say this: there's two arguments right now, and you know the argument from the left, and let's just call them either hijacked by the socialists or socialists themselves. Their argument is this: oh, Trump is causing blackouts and human suffering and causing hunger, and just leave them alone, that sort of thing. They're not another argument is there's no terror threat. Some guy, some left wing journalist who looks like he's about 13 said Trump laughably says that there's a threat. Well, I'm going to show you the threat if you haven't seen it already and kind of explain to you really what the bigger threat of the Cuba communist regime is, even after this regime falls. What you're also going to see, thank you to the folks at Rebel News, Alexandra Lavoie. I reached out to her. She said I could use some of this footage, so it was nice to have that direct contact. They did an incredible, brave job going down to Cuba, and they, I guess, went undercover as tourists. But they were interviewing people in alleys about what they really thought. I think it will surprise you when you see it. Now, word of caution, if you're a New Yorker, the images I'm going to show you from the Rebel News thing mainly, because you won't find these on legacy media. They always show you the same stock footage of cute 1950s styles cars cruising by and multicolored buildings. But make no mistake about it, those cars are taped together. That country's been in trouble, hasn't really advanced in about 60 years. And that's directly because of the communist regime and their backwards ways and their very, very inhumane ways that they treat their own population. So we'll roll this. I'm not going to roll the whole thing. It's pretty long, but that'll give me a chance to get some water and just kind of square away my notes. I know I'm late already, so I do appreciate your patience. So without much further ado, I'm going to roll this. I'm going to stand by here on the side. So my normal folks, if you would, go ahead and pop up in the comments and let me know if the sound's okay and all that. So here we go.
News: President Trump declaring a national emergency over threats by Cuba. The president issued an executive order tonight saying the policies and actions of the Cuban regime directly threaten the safety and national security of the United States. The White House says that Cuba violates human rights and has ties to Russia, China, Iran, as well as terrorist groups. President Trump said, quote, "The United States will act to protect the foreign policy, national security, and national interests of the United States, including by holding the Cuban regime accountable for its malign actions and relationships, while also remaining committed to supporting the Cuban people's aspirations for a free and democratic society." The executive order also threatens to impose tariffs on any country that sells or provides oil to the island nation. Following the capture this month of Nicolás Maduro, the Trump administration has cut off Venezuela's oil flow into Cuba, crippling the island even more. Congressman Carlos Jimenez reacted to the news tonight.
I think it's so exactly the right thing to do, put maximum pressure on this regime that has been oppressing its people for over 65 years. Viva Cuba Libre.
Maybe Cuba would be next.
I honestly think that this can be a snowball effect in the long run. Those countries can also be able to be freed.
Realmente yo espero que Cuba sea libre.
It was Cubans that guarded Maduro. He was not guarded by Venezuelan bodyguards.
But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it.
Estamos dispuestos a dar hasta nuestra propia sangre, hasta nuestra propia vida, pero a un precio muy caro.
The United States placed sanctions on Cuba in 1962, following Cuba's nationalization of American-owned oil refineries without compensation. Many of those sanctions remain in place today, over 6 decades later.
Okay, so I want to pause it really quickly there. Okay, good. I see a few of you in the comments here. That's great. Great to see you. Yeah. So that's the stock footage I was talking about. That's always the footage you see of Cuba. I've actually been to Cuba once, believe it or not. Don't ask me how or why, but I have been. And it's not great. Great people, fantastic people. We'll get into more of that as well. I'm trying to get some actual people from Cuba on the show. There's a few I've reached out to, but I just want to point that out. So what you're going to see, a lot of this mashup is a combination of legacy media and pretty much all legacy media, actually. And I do that on purpose. The reason I do that is because I don't want the followers of legacy media, i.e. the left or the liberals or the socialists or the communists or the just plain low IQ, whoever is dumb enough to follow that. I would say I don't want them to question my sources, so I use their sources as much as I can. So that's where we're at. So I'm going to let this roll. It looks like it's rolling well, and I will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll go through this video together. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments. I will check Twitter and the other ones on my phone, but it's best if you're on Rumble. You could go to my Twitter. There's a link in Twitter right now. Go to @BrianO'Shea, SPI, and that's where I'm going to see the most comments because they all kind of aggregate through the streaming profile I'm using. So I'll be back in a second. Enjoy. Take notes.
Chinese New Year 2025. Cubans and members of the local Chinese community share in the festivities. China has consistently been one of Cuba's top 3 trading partners. China imports mainly minerals, seafood, tobacco, pharmaceuticals, and alcohol from Cuba, while Cuba imports primarily electrical equipment, machinery, vehicles, steel, and plastics from China. Chinese companies have also invested in areas like clean energy and biopharma. Cuba, the target of several failed U.S. attempts at regime change, is now back in Washington's crosshairs.
Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people of it's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, whose parents left Cuba for the U.S., puts Havana on notice.
Suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster.
The United States embargo and sanctions against Cuba has been long-lasting for more than 6 decades, and Cuba is still standing very proudly as an independent country. Now, if President Trump wants to order his military in an invasion against Cuba, first of all, even if they win a technical success, strategically it will be a complete failure because the United States will demonstrate to the whole world that they will be taking action as a country of aggression, launching an illegal, unjustified invasion. No one can really foretell what will be the outcome of such military invasion by the United States against Cuba. The United States actually tried several times over the past 6 decades or so and failed miserably. the former President Castro has survived all the attempted assassination, and I hope the present Cuban government and the military will also be very well prepared in deal with any kind of encouraging invasion, aggression from the United States against Cuba.
The Cuban president was the only Latin American head of state who attended China's Victory Day parade in 2025. While there is no official arms trade between the countries, the U.S. claims that China has been implicated in illicit weapons transfers to Cuba. It also claims that Cuba is being used as a spy base for China.
Entonces, Cuba no es un país terrorista. Cuba tampoco es una amenaza para la seguridad de los Estados Unidos. Cuba nunca ha hecho, ni ha propuesto, ni ha armado una acción agresiva que ponga en peligro la integridad territorial o la seguridad o la estabilidad del gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Nosotros no protegemos terroristas. No hay fuerzas militares en Cuba de otras naciones ni de otras agrupaciones. No hay bases militares de otros países en Cuba. Tenemos cooperación militar y acuerdos de cooperación militar con países amigos, con aliados, pero para nada eso significa que haya bases militares en Cuba. En Cuba, como decía Legañoa, sí hay una base militar. Una ilegal base militar. ¿Y de quién es? Es una base ilegal norteamericana en el suelo de la provincia cubana de Guantánamo, en contra de la voluntad del pueblo cubano.
To accuse Cuban-China relations and to pin that down as if it is a spy operation, it is completely unjustified. It means that the United States is running for an excuse, possibly to launch an aggression of Cuba.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it right there. I am back. Let me see. I got a message here. Caitlin, I'll pop it on the screen. Yeah, so this is, this is a good comment. I will say that, I have listened to her podcast. I haven't done any due diligence on her yet, so I'm not going to recommend the podcast. But I will say this, having a wife who is from the deep left at the top of, like, elite levels of the left, whatever you want to call it, Kaiwen Calendar 2761, welcome. I think she's correct. The thing she says, it's a bit too, like, I don't know, submissive dominant for my taste. I've watched it and she's like slapping the hell out of her audience. But I will say I haven't found anything to disagree with her on yet. And Kai is, if I'm saying that right, Kaiwen is correct. She does give you a very insider's look at how the I don't even know if I want to call them the left, though, Kaiwen. I would say the kind of like this young socialist left, because they're a lot different than, their parents, I'll put it that way. Some of them aren't. But it does give you an inside look into how they think. It's a lot of it is not what people think in terms of, they're, they're communists and want to kill everyone and all that. No, they're not. Even though unwittingly they might be heading in that direction, they are very, very, they're kind of born into it, and this is something I've known. I have people in my family by marriage that were born into it that are in that age group. So definitely a good thing to bring up. And Kaiwen, I would say definitely come back to the next show. I'll announce it. I am trying to do my Mondays and Wednesdays. I can't promise Fridays because, to be quite honest, I need to have a date night at least once a week. But I will try to get Mondays and Wednesdays at 8 o'clock, not 9 o'clock. And Kaiwan, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go deep into the DSA, or the Democratic Socialists of America, on my next show. I do have a couple people who I've placed within that organization who attend meetings and everything like that. So I'm getting a lot of good stuff right from the inside. It's not really that secretive. It's, anyone can join. I just have some people that are not very public and kind of are the right age and everything. So they record everything, and it'll be interesting to see what we learn. They are under investigation right now by the House Oversight Committee. I should tell you that. So that should be interesting. Okay, so I would say, I love these conversations, so we'll keep this going. By the way, my new format, what I'm going to try to do is, prior to the live show, what I'm going to try to do is do a pre-record where I get my points out in a more organized fashion, so you know what the hell I'm talking about. I am a master of ADD. I tend to jump all over the map, and it might be hard for some of you to follow where the hell I'm going. It's hard for me. So I am going to start doing like short videos, and then we'll start the show with that more formal content, which is why I'm only doing 2 a week. So you kind of have an idea, almost like a video essay. And I think if you agree, that'll be helpful. Okay. And then, all right. So right now we do have a good conversation going on here. And it's Kaiwan. Let me see. All right. So Kaiwan says, have you really want to know about what's going on in the radical communists? I left. She is your girl. Thank you very much. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. And look, even if we do due diligence and she's not to be trusted, I can honestly say I agree with Kaiwan. And I'm not making a judgment. I don't know. I just haven't done the due diligence, and I never recommend anyone that I haven't done due diligence on. But I will say the information she's putting out definitely lines up. And if you don't want to watch her show, that's fine. But a lot of the stuff she plays, you can actually access on your own, and I'll post some of those links. You can go to the DSA, just set up you can join and attend online events. The People's Party for Socialism and Liberation, the PSL, a little more radical. They're a little tougher to get into. But they're by and large are pretty easy to check out. There's also like the People's Forum. There's so many of them, and we'll go into those on another show. And we've gone into those on several shows. If you do want to find out where those events are, so you can start doing an investigation of your own, which I highly recommend, you get a better perspective, not only on how they're thinking, but if you know how people are thinking, you also know what the targets are and how to thwart them, what the strategy is. And it lines up really with larger communist strategies that we've been fighting, last 100 or so years. So there's that. These are good recommendations, Kaiwan. I appreciate it. And then I would say the radical communist groups, the radical communist community, I would say, fair enough. Okay, let's just call them the radical communists, okay, or the radical communists. Actually, I think all communists are radical. We'll just call them American communists. And then, let me see. No Longer Tired, welcome back. Hi, Brian. It didn't assure me in any way to hear those in the video deny the existence of nefarious goings on in Cuba. Didn't assure you. No longer flesh that out for me. What do you mean? Didn't assure you of what? Because we only scratched the surface of the video. I cut it off where the guy from that China forum who works for the Chinese Communist Party is saying, to say that there's anything nefarious going on, spy stuff and everything, would be bad, would be not true. The Chinese are saying we're just making those allegations that China and Cuba are working together to spy on the United States. The claim of both of those countries is they're calling us liars, and they say we're just using that, we, the United States, as a reason to be aggressive towards Cuba. Okay, so we're gonna roll that in a second here. And look, I'm sorry, Chinese communists in general, All they do is lie. Now, the good news is no longer retired. We got the receipts, and they're everywhere. They're not hard to find. It's not like I used my former Intel contacts to find this. These things are easy to find. I reported on things that counter that narrative long ago. But what I'm going to show you does explain a lot of who's invested there, why they're invested, who's speaking out, but also why they're not doing anything. It will also explain a lot of the actions of the Biden administration and the Obama administration. It's a crazy history, and I recommend everyone certainly put together a timeline. I'm going to, and I can try to record almost my own type of like amateur documentary, just showing the timeline of how we got to this point where we have to blockade people. And you'll be reassured, no longer retired, I promise. And then, okay, we got, I will try again. Of course, man, I love your wife and I love you and I love your wife and show too. Naomi Wolf is great. Thank you. It's really nice. I appreciate it. And then Caitlin on your, I don't know. Okay, Caitlin. My understanding about this whole Cuba thing is that the communists are loyal to countries that are communist, even though they sometimes don't consider them to be communist countries like Venezuela. Okay, so Kaiwan, I don't want to get ahead of the game because I'm trying to stay on task. I will say this: it's way. I mean, just the history of Cuba is way more closer tied to that. When I said in the description, we're going to talk about what I think their chief export is, watch for it, okay? And we're going to do that pretty soon here. I just got to keep an eye on the time because I don't want to keep you guys up too late, but I will. So that's everyone's understanding. But I did say this on my show with Naomi today, on her show Outspoken, is the ties, let's see, Outspoken. The ties between Venezuela and Cuba are so deep that I consider them to be one of those giant tree systems with the same, it's like one tree, but it looks like multiple trees, but it's the same root system. I didn't even realize how the deep ties between those two countries until the last few days. I've been so focused on China and the socialists in this country and, different murder investigations, for those of you that know what I do. I've never really looked at the Cuban history much at all, and to be quite honest, I've never really looked at the Central and South American history because I was trained in Arabic, and my targets when I was in doing intelligence for special forces units and also for the agencies, my targets were Southeast Asia and the Middle East, North Africa, or MENA, as they call it. So I'd never really looked into these groups, but now that I'm older and probably less wiser, but no, now that I'm older and wiser, I've realized you cannot look at just one country as a singular target, especially with the kind of threats we face. First of all, everyone hates the United States. Okay, they all hate us. Whether we do good things for them, whether we do bad things for them, it doesn't matter. Biden certainly didn't help when he called half the world leaders, like Russia, Saudi Arabia, murderers. I think that was on purpose to isolate us even further. But I will say now it's very clear based on trade deals, based on the real sharp decline in foreign countries actually outright attacking us, even though there's been some. They do respect us. They do fear us. I think since Maduro, there's definitely a fear that we can reach out and get you. And that's where you want to be when you're the global hegemon. I know we've been groomed to think like, oh, it's bad to want to be the most powerful. No, it's not. No, it is not. You know why? Because if we're not, that means China will be, or Russia will be, or some other country. And there's always got to be a global hegemon. There's always going to be one. China wants to be that by 2049. They've said it openly in something called the China Dream. I have all of Xi Jinping's books. It's been stated very publicly. I do not want to live in a world where China is the most powerful country on earth. That will be hell. Okay, or any other country, in my opinion. I think we're the best country. Are we perfect? No. But like Voltaire said, perfect is the enemy of good. But I think of all the countries in the world's history, we're certainly the most just, and we're a capitalist country. That means humans can thrive, be creative, and reach their full potential in most cases if people really want to. I think communism strips the individual of individualism, strips them of the will or even the motivation to be creative, because why bother? It's going to be taken away anyways. I think it stifles growth. And I had a great conversation with Trevor Loudon on my show last week. You should check it out. I'll put up the link. All right, getting off track. Okay, so Kaiwin, it's funny, like I'm not just calling on Kaiwin, it's just that the way this streaming system works, it seems like some nights it only gives me YouTube comments and some nights it only gives me Rumble. What happened to playing Blondie today and had our thing? She's a total clown. You must be talking about Pam Bondi. Do you think that she became Attorney General to mess up? Tell you what, if you could put a pin in that one, I want to answer that. That's a whole nother conversation. I do have my thoughts about Pam Bondi. I don't like Pam Bondi. If you see my notes around the Luigi Mangione case, there's something really very corporate about her, very opportunist about her I don't like. But I do know this. For Trump to be in office, and thank God he is, you have to make deals. And that's just the way it is. I know a lot of people say, well, he should have done this, or I would have done this. I agree with Dan Bongino. None of us would have done shit. Okay, the man got shot in the head and is still the president again and came back after insurmountable odds. But to get there, it's not just the will of the people, because we have a very corrupt voting system, as we saw with the results of the Biden fake election. So you got to make deals. So I think he probably made a deal to get Pam Bondi that position. I do, because she's intertwined with some pretty bad people. And I think her last client at Ballard Partners was United Healthcare. That's why I have problems with her even being part of the Luigi Mangione case. Tywin again. Okay, I get a big audience, but maybe I'm not seeing all the chats. Do you think that Epstein, do you think you got, are you doing like the voice thing? I can tell. Okay, you're doing I see. Epstein was working for a massage or Russia connected together, okay, I'm not going to get into Epstein tonight. I can tell you that people like Epstein are, if he was an asset, and he probably was, there's different levels of assets, okay? The spies you see in the movies that are picking locks and all that, those are not assets. Those are like case officers or IOC officers or tech officers that actually work for very little money because they're GS employees. Assets are, for the CIA, for instance, assets are human assets because it's human agency, human intelligence is the name of their game, and propaganda as well. That's someone you recruit to go get you stuff. Okay, so let's say I'm a case officer. So the case officers are kind of like the main team on the field for the CIA. Okay, and these are the people that recruit spies from other countries. Now in Iraq, for example, they had it really easy because people were lined up at the green zone, Iraqis willing to tell the CIA everything they knew because the CIA pays for that stuff. But in other countries, you have to go out and you have to get assets to get you information. That could be a janitor, that could be a chief of staff. The type of asset that I perceive Epstein to be was more like a fixer who also had kind of a side business of like peddling young girls, which kind of makes his customers have to come back to him. But he does seem like he was moving a lot of money around. I think that's how he made his money. There's lots of that in the intelligence community. And I'll tell you this, China, Mossad, CIA, Russia. I got to be careful how I say this. I have experience in that world. Okay. And I may have been to meetings where a lot of countries you think are our enemies are all sitting at the same table meeting with the same asset because they all need something from that person. For example, it could be a big bank head, and we all put our money there because they're the best ones to move it offshore so it could get to fund operations. They're going to have Pakistani clients. They're going to have Russian clients. They're going to have Mossad. They're going to have CIA. They're going to have. So if you see, guys like him, in my experience, let's just remove the whole disgusting, uh, you know, sex part of it, but just focused on the intel part. Guys like him they're not there because they're geniuses. I'll put it that way. They're there because they're already corrupt. They have no moral compass, and they don't care. They will take money from drug dealers, which he probably did. He did get most of his wealth in the 80s. I'm pretty surprised that no one's commented on. There was tons of drug money that needed to go somewhere back then and get laundered. And then look, I think he locked in his initial money from blackmail. The CEO of Victoria's Secret gave him his whole townhouse, which was valued back in 81, I believe, at 1.9 million. I've done a deep dive on this. It was going to be an episode. I should probably do one. But yeah, someone like that, I guess what I'm getting at with that, and we'll get back on Cuba in a second, is everyone wants it to be this or this. Everyone wants it to be like the Mossad. Okay, so there's a lot of people who I like to call anti-establishment right. Everything's the Jews. Everything's Mossad. There's other people that think everything's the CIA. Okay, there's some people think everything's China. In the camp of I think 90% of the bad stuff in the world is China or the Chinese Communist Party. But I can tell you it's never that simple. There's never been one bad guy. The closest we ever came to that in terms of countries, the closest we ever came to that was, I don't know, Nazi Germany. But even they had, their Axis allies. So there's never one bad guy. There's always lots of things working and moving in the same direction. Sometimes they cross paths, sometimes they don't. So I would say never look for the target. Never look for, I know it's this bad guy, I'm going to prove it. Because in today's internet, you can prove it, but it won't be correct, because you can prove anything in today's internet because there's so much false stuff out there. Unless you really, really know what you're looking at, and the source of that is someone who's honest. And as we saw with COVID, you can't even trust scholarly journals half the time. So I always say go back to the common sense rule. What makes the most sense? What moves the world round and round? It's not controlling people, okay? Or it is controlling people if they're seen as assets or property to produce wealth. I think it's always about wealth and power. So was he wearing, was he training with Mossad and shooting? I doubt it. I know there's a picture of him in the IDF military uniform. No, you should see some assets that work for the US government. They're like fat bankers or, other types of people I won't go into. They could be someone who runs a big scholarly club. Okay. And they're kind of like passive assets, or they're platforms which allow you to get someone into a country. It could be someone who owns an entire industry, for instance, let's say a rug making factory in whatever stan. We might hire them to be a platform for when we need one. And what do I mean by that? We may need to get people into a country so they can blend, establish themselves before carrying out their operation. Okay, they need a place to work. That's not going to ask questions. So you hire people to platform for you. So it's very complicated, but it's not that complicated if you just apply the common sense thing to it. So way off track. Good question. We'll do a show about that sometime, in as much as I can. Okay, so I will say this though, and we need to do this, and any of you can do this if you'd want. We gotta do some searching in the Epstein files for things related to Cuba. I think that's vital. Okay. They don't lie, they manipulate, that's what they do. Well, who's they? I mean, who's they? Kaiwan? I'll answer that when you kind of throw the they up there for me. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna just answer a few more of these, but I want to get to some other people, man. Okay, so Rick Shade, thanks for reposting the stream. Yes, I'm a handicapped person. Yeah, I understand. That's why I said I wasn't picking on you. I could tell when it's like a voice type of a thing, because that happens to me too. So it is like, okay, here's one. So it is kind of like a bookie that you have to pay up sometimes, even though you don't like being bullied. No, not so much like that. It's more like, have you ever seen Heat or any like cop movie? Assets are just like confidential informants. Okay, some you have in place to do certain things on a regular basis, like put out a newspaper every week that carries your propaganda. Some assets are in country and they're your network, and you kind of pay them a low monthly fee to keep them on the books. And you go to them when you need to go into country or you need to get connected or introduced. For example, I did competitive intelligence after I left government intelligence. Competitive intelligence has many forms. The way we did it, we would actually recruit assets from competitor companies so we could figure out what the competitor was doing for our client. How would I do this? I would establish contacts in every industry because I never knew what industry my client was coming from. Primarily, I was in OEM, like off-highway equipment and agricultural equipment, things like John Deere, Caterpillar, that sort of thing. So, to this day, I have those assets. And should I need to do research in that field, or like I was researching some stuff for the show, I can still call those people. And I recruited them long ago. First, I recruited them under a pseudonym, and then I kind of eased into saying, hey, man, it's actually me. So, and I didn't lose any doing that because I paid them well and I treated them well. So it's more like that. It's more like a confidential informant. In Epstein's case, that's more like, here's a good example. Epstein is more like the guy the cops are after you. You get a briefcase full of money and you get away from them. So you go to the Epstein, you say, hey man, I need to launder this. Okay. But at a very high scale. And then once he ascended in the New York elite society, then he was able to become like an access agent, which is someone that introduces you to people in the royalty, in the elite, in the business royalty. So he seems like he was brokering a lot of services. That's kind of what Epstein was like, in my opinion. I mean, none of us, I think, will ever really know, but from the kind of work and reading the emails, it seems like that was his deal. And he also had a crazy freaking fetish that he turned into kind of I think his side business was blackmail. And then he could sell that type of blackmail leverage to many other countries. And I see Epstein as not being loyal to any country. That's why he was out on that island. I don't see him being loyal to Israel any more than he was to the United. I think he's loyal to money and whoever pays him the most. Granted, yes, he's Jewish, but not every Jewish person is loyal to Israel. So I know people, and the Israel thing, by the way, we'll go into that sometime. We have before. A lot of the stuff you're hearing about Jews trying to rule the world and all that, I just want to point out that like the Tsar, before the Bolsheviks came along, was using the same propaganda. And it's been kind of reintroduced. It's kind of a Russian thing where they've taken people on the far right. They've kind of influenced them through people like Max Blumenthal, Kim Iverson, Jimmy Dore, and the gray zone. Okay. I mean, none of those people are MAGA. None of those people are anything more than far left lunatics, in my opinion. But a lot of people, conservatives, follow what they say. Candace Owens took a lot of her anti-Jewish talking points from Blumenthal. People forget that Blumenthal's father was Sidney Blumenthal, who was Hillary Clinton's top aide, and also the guy that coined the phrase vast right-wing conspiracy. So be careful with that. Be careful with finding the one boogeyman, because as you all know, it's never that easy. I wish it was. I really wish it was. I wish it was an emperor and Luke Skywalker, something like that, a Skeletor and a He-Man. Dating myself here, but it's never like that, because my enemy today, if I'm at those levels, is an asset tomorrow. If I'm transactional, which you have to be to reach those levels of power, you don't burn bridges. So it's a constantly revolving network. Okay, long answer. I'm sorry. We're getting back. Okay, so did anyone's understanding everybody that was involved in Epstein can be a victim or all perpetrator? But technically there still can be a victim. Yeah, no, absolutely. And keep in mind too, not everyone in the Epstein's file is guilty of anything. Okay, so I lived in New York. I rolled in those elite circles. My wife's agent was one of Epstein's friends, and I never met Epstein. But what I'm saying is, in New York, if you're on the A list, which is an actual thing, you get invited to screenings, you get invited to parties, you get invited to a lot of things where you don't know anyone. So like all these pictures of Mar-a-Lago that you see of Trump with all these different people, obviously he knew, probably not well, but he knew Epstein. He was a member of his club, I believe, Mar-a-Lago, but so are a lot of people. Anyone can rent like a whole ballroom down there. But at these parties, what happens is, like, we've been, because of who my wife is, we used to get invited to these things all the time. And sometimes there's big stars and big names. Sometimes there's not. But the thing is, the host of these parties, like Epstein, they're not going through their black book and saying, okay, here's my guest list, make this happen. No, they're going to say, hey, make sure these people get an invite, my closest friends. And we're going to do an event, and Peggy Siegel, that's her business. She's in the Epstein files, but her business is, she basically is an event planner. And she has the Rolodex of A-list people, B-list people, C-list people. And, someone like Epstein might say, I want to get, at least a good mix of like writers, lesbian poets, let's get a few ex-cops in there. Like, let's mix it up, make it an interesting party. She'll make that happen. Doesn't mean they know Epstein. It means they're on Peggy Siegel's list. Okay. And a lot of these parties, you could look me up. I'm there with Harry Smith at a party. Remember the news anchor? And that was like 3 years ago. I took a photo with him because they always have the photo thing set up, but you don't know him. It's not like you're having an intimate party. So I say that because a lot of people in New York knew Epstein or had been to an Epstein event. It doesn't make them bad, because, especially if it's like way back when, because no one really knew much back then. And even after he was convicted, I would say, I've looked up the newspapers from that time. There was a lot of covering for Epstein. Like the newspapers at the time disgustingly called the girls prostitutes. So think about like that. Yeah, granted, there was the internet, but it wasn't like today where like everything's instantaneous. You kind of relied more on legacy media back then, and legacy media did a lot of covering for this guy. So I'll just say, when you're looking at these Epstein files, put yourself back in that time frame you're looking at. Even look up some of the newspaper articles, and you'll see how little coverage there is of this guy's crimes. Not saying that absolves anyone if they knew from hanging out with him. I am saying, don't rush to judgment with these files. Personally, I believe these files, I think it's important for people to look at them. And I think there's a lot of files, and there's always things the government could have missed. But keep in mind, the FBI made an announcement about those files that everything in those files is not currently part of the investigation. So just bear that in mind. But I do think this is a big distraction. I don't know by who or whom, but it's eating up a lot of people's time and energy. So I would say, unless I'm using it more like another database to investigate other things. That's how I'm using it. I would caution everyone not to spend too much time on it because everyone's doing it, and you're going to find everyone. I mean, this guy was like Kevin Bacon. So anyways, okay, one more. So hey, wanted to ask you something. I type in your name, and when I type your name on Rumble, it doesn't pop up anymore. Did they ever? Oh no, just go to yeah. I mean, I'm not on a lot, but like you could just go to Daily Clouts Rumble, and I'll pop right up there. Or just investigate everything, and it'll pop up. I think it's on Spotify, but yeah, and the link is right at the bottom there. Let me see. So yes, FOF. So if I have an Epstein to get Peter Thiel, then Epstein will become an asset. So if I have like an access agent, like if Epstein knows Peter Thiel and you want to meet him and Epstein can make that happen, it's not going to be free, but yes, I guess if that answers your question. And again, I'm no expert, on Epstein. I'm an expert on those types of people, but I'm not an expert on Epstein. So platform. Yeah, exactly. So no, I don't think I understand what you're asking. So if Epstein to get to a Peter Thiel, then Epstein will become the asset. If someone wants to get information from Peter Thiel or blackmail Peter Thiel, and they send Epstein to do that, then he's the asset. So basically think of the asset like a contractor with specific deliverables. That's the best way to know what an asset is. Okay. If I hire John the lawn man tomorrow, he's going to be on a 1099. He's a W-9 employee. He's my lawn and garden asset. When I go to Jiffy Lube for that 1 hour they're changing my oil, that person there is my asset performing a specific task for me. That's how you have to think of it. I know it's not as sexy as movies, but that's basically what an asset is. All right, let's get back to Cuba. Wow, time sure does fly, doesn't it? Okay, so we're at 10:19 right now. Let's play more of this. I'm going to back it up a little bit because I want you guys to see this. Now remember, let me just back it up just a notch. There we go. So you saw in the beginning here, the president was kind of like, really, we're going to die with our blood, blah, blah, blah. And then he's kind of doing the hat in his hand thing here saying, what did we do? What did we do? And then, of course, the Chinese press guy is saying, this is ridiculous. So let's just play that. And then I'm going to jump ahead on the video to show you the stuff that directly refutes that.
De otros países en Cuba. Tenemos cooperación militar y acuerdos de cooperación militar con países amigos, con aliados, pero para nada eso significa que haya bases militares en Cuba.
Okay, so you saw
en
that.
Cuba, como decía Legañó, sí hay una base militar.
He's talking about they're accusing
una
of some of
ilegal
these
base militar. ¿Y de quién es? Es una base ilegal norteamericana en el suelo de la provincia cubana de Guantánamo, en contra de la voluntad del pueblo cubano.
To accuse Cuba-China relations and to pin that down as if it is a spy operation, it is completely unjustified. It means that the United States is running for an excuse, possibly to launch an aggression of Cuba.
So finally, the last thing I want to ask you.
So I'm going to skip ahead. This is a really good interview with a journalist who is from Cuba. I'll get to that in a second. So now we skip ahead. This is circa, I think, 2023. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So this just happened. Okay. And I kind of inserted him in there a few times. So, actually, it's short. I'll let the whole thing roll. It's good. I'll put up her stuff. I'm going to have all these links so you guys know who you're watching.
Possibly to launch an aggression of Cuba.
So finally, the last thing I want to ask you about is another example in this vein I learned from your website is Cuba hosting Chinese paramilitary organization inside Cuba and having them train the Black Berets, the anti-riot police. How did this come about, and why wasn't this more widely reported in American press? Because this is a pretty big story.
Yes. Yes, correct. The story circulated mostly on conservative media, who often pays attention to these issues. And it circulated even in some independent media in China, right? The media that is not controlled by the CCP. But it is an issue that has gone underreported. So the Cuban regime, I think since...
I just want to say really quickly, so she is the reporter who the Cuban government accused of starting the anti-regime riots back in July. She's the one they accused. Grew up, born, raised in Cuba, top journalist. So yeah, she's now living here.
2016, they've always had these exchanges, right? But since 2016, the Chinese paramilitary, they began training the Black Berets. So this is very strategic, because then when you have an uprising, you don't have to send the military. So nobody can really, put a finger on you. So you train this paramilitary organization that is the Black Berets. They're really trained like even the armed forces, but it...
Yeah, so they're called the avispas negras, the black wasps. They're used for, they're like the SS or like the Gestapo or like the Stasi. That's how they keep a tight grip over the population in Cuba. These people come out and pretty much brutalize protesters. And there were 32 black wasps guarding Maduro. 32 of them died when our guys went in. Cuban black wasps were guarding Maduro. So just keep that in mind. And that's a fact that no one's disputing.
They don't have that category. And they did it following the same model that China used in the Hong Kong protests, right? To crush dissent. You would see all of the agents dressed in civilians, but the shoes were the same. Even the bats that they were using to beat up the opposition were the same. All of this, the strategy to terrorize people, they immediately cut power, cut the internet, and they would go and drag people out of their house at night, looking for anyone that participated in the movement. It was very random and then after people were sentenced to 10 years, 25 years, so you would make an example out of them. And that's, a lot of people that participated were really frightened. They were hiding because at any given moment they could come and take you. So Cuba right now has allowed China to put a spy base in Cuba to spy in the U.S. Russia also has one. They always had one, but they had closed it and then they reopened it, the Russians. You can't sustain power if you have no way to bring back the power even 1 hour, right? And we had around 850 protests in the last year. So people are still protesting. It's just that they're not as widespread as what we saw in July 11, that it was happening at the same time in every town in Cuba. But we're still having a lot of protests. We just were reporting on one in Havana because there's no water. People have been without water for days. So
to accuse.
Okay, so let's unpack that for a second. So the first thing we're kind of debunking from the left is that there is no military cooperation. Don't worry, I have other sources besides her. Look, it's a well-known fact that Cuba has a long, Cuba has a long history with the USSR and, of course, Russia afterwards. Don't forget that Putin is he's an old Soviet himself that used to run the KGB. So I wrote down my timeline here so I don't forget it. But we have January 1st, 1959. That was the revolution where Batista, who was, kind of like installed by us, without a doubt, was overthrown by, insurgents, terrorists, in my opinion. Of course, they've been history's relabeled them as revolutionaries, but let's not forget Che Guevara, Castro, these guys are murderers. Like, these are not good people, trust me. And I will say, as I was doing this research, I'm sorry, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, but I just can't help thinking how much Justin Trudeau looks like Castro. I'm serious. Like, you see the young pictures of Castro, it's a little. Anyways, different subject for a different day. So we actually recognized the Castro government in 6 days later. Okay, 6 days later. Now, some people say, hey, look, we recognize them because we installed them. Maybe they were CIA assets. I don't know. It's pretty quick turnaround to, in 6 days, recognize a communist thing. I'm sorry, we recognize them a year later. My apologies, 1960. No, it was that year. Okay, so then May 8th, what ended up happening was so what happened is Castro came and he went to the Lincoln Memorial that year, and then he said, my intention is not to be an enemy, but to be a good neighbor. Great. Okay, never trust communists. History has taught us that. Okay, never trust communists. Now, I think we kind of screwed up, okay, because we had, Eisenhower wouldn't even meet with Castro, okay, and then Nixon met with Castro. He was the VP at the time, but he lectured him on why communism's bad. Now, look, I get it. I think there's a time and a place for everything, but seriously, like, you got a guy 90 miles away who just overthrew our guy pretty quickly. You might want to keep your enemy a little closer than lecturing him on communism. And that, in my opinion, is hubris to lecture this guy. What they should have done was listen. And yeah, our president should have met with Castro, but I guess, and I don't know why he didn't, because I'm pretty sure we'd recognize that government by then. So what do you think happened next? Well, what always happens, Russia or China, like today it'd be China, but back then as the USSR, they're like, hey, we'll be your friend. Yeah, all right, because remember, the Cold War was a polarized world, two superpowers. After superpowers are hyperpowers, we'd be considered a hyperpower right now, not under Biden, but under Trump. So the Russians are, Khrushchev comes in, he's like, hey, we'll be your Huckleberry. And Castro's not stupid. He's like, hey, we need kind of a big brother. So, because the Cold War to me is kind of like being in a gang in a prison, right? You go to prison, there's usually 3 gangs. I have a big family, a lot of brothers who spend some time in prison, but there's usually 3 gangs. There's a white gang, a brown gang, and a black gang. During the Cold War, there were 2 gangs: communists, democracy, okay, Western, whatever, us. There's the United States, the USSR. You're on one side or the other. It's that simple. Most of the wars during the Cold War were fought as containment wars because we were containing communism. So like Desert Storm, Desert Shield is considered the last Cold War style war because it was a containment war. Okay. We were kicking Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, but we weren't invading Iraq until later on we did. But the first Desert Storm, Desert Shield, that was considered the last Cold War style war. Okay, and that's how we fought wars. And so anyways, Castro's not stupid. You need to have, the buy-in of one of the superpowers if you're going to exist. And we're getting there today too. And we're heading towards a tripolar world or a multipolar world, which is very dangerous. Don't let anyone tell you anything else. Because the way the Russians want it, as they said at Moscow 2050, which the English version was called the Future Freedom Forum 2050, the goal is to have the United States over here, Russia up there, and then China. They, for some reason, don't address Turkey, who is kind of a quick rising power as well. And the promise is that way we can all manage our own little sectors, but that's just not the way it works, because Russia and China are allies. They have military treaties. I mean, they're strong allies. So what would happen in a world like that is China and Russia team up, and there goes us. We're done. India probably would come first, but then us. So Castro realized that. Okay. And he's like, okay, good. You guys don't want to be my. And we were stupid because it's kind of like, I don't think our relations the way they are could have been avoided. I don't, because he's communist. It just doesn't work. It didn't work with the Chinese. Years later, Jimmy Carter thought it was. There are no good communists. That's why it couldn't have worked. But you could have maybe not put up such a big fence because it's hard to see over fences. And we got humiliated. Okay, so I know a lot of you know this history. I'm doing this more for me than for you. So May 8th, 1960, the Cubans and the USSR, they got their relations going. Can't even read my own notes here. Oh, yeah. August 1960, I said they took our shit. August 1960, that's when they, just nationalized all our stuff. So we built up a bunch of stuff, oil refineries, everything like that. And they just took it. Okay. We got nothing out of it. People forget, the left and legacy media, they tend to forget that piece. Okay. It wasn't like, we just don't like you because you're communist, so we're going to put some sanctions. You stole our stuff and you didn't offer anything in return. And if you want good relations with your neighbor, you're going to have them. I wanted to start this show by saying, and I'll just do it, like Cuba, okay, you move into a new neighborhood, right? You settle down, years go by, and you're like, hey, okay, good. Got a nice big house, got your front lawn, got a good relationship with your neighbors. You got Larry Canada over there. You got Joe Mexico over there. You don't get along great with them, but it's decent. Everyone mows their lawn and, tries not to trespass. And then all of a sudden you hear this big ruckus, and it's your neighbor right on the backside of the cul-de-sac. You don't know what's going on. You hear some gunshots, everything like that. The next day you walk out and there's some guy with a beard and fatigues, and he's like, hello, neighbor. You're like, hey, how's it going? And he's like, yeah, my name's Fidel. And now I own this house. Oh, really? What happened? What happened to the Finkles? Oh, well, I kicked them out by force. Okay. So you're going to try to, now, if that was my neighbor, even if I'm more powerful, I have more guns, I'm still going to be, I want to know who this guy is. I'm going to try to not lecture him on why it's bad to do that. But we don't. Okay. So then what happens is you say, hey, by the way, Mr. Fidel, before the Finkles untimely moved out, they had borrowed my riding lawnmower and my deep freezer. So I need to get those back. Oh, no, I took they're mine now. Okay. Can I, get some money for those? No. Okay. All right. Well, you're using my water line because the Finkles sewage wasn't working, and you're using my water line, and they've been tapping off my power. I wasn't saying anything because they're nice people, but yeah, I need this back or I'm just going to shut those things off. No. So you shut them off. Why not? Why would you do anything differently? Okay. And then you tell your neighbors around there, hey, be careful around these guys. Don't trade with them. I'm going to shut yours off too. I want these people out of the neighborhood. They're no good. I think they killed the Finkles and they need to go. That's what the U.S. is doing, in my opinion. Yes, I know it's never that simple, but still, I was just trying to come up with a funny allegory, if you will. So they took our shit. So then, okay, Cuban Missile Crisis, 1960, 1962. All right, so, you got Khrushchev over there advising, Fidel saying, hey, you might need some, medium-range nuclear missiles. I'm not saying use them. I'm saying, they're going to hit you with another Bay of Pigs at some point. Yeah, you might want these things. And so, Fidel actually didn't want the missiles because he was very proud of the fact that they'd repelled the Bay of Pigs invasion quite well, completely. And I think there was some youthful pride there. But, he took the missiles, and they actually got the missiles on there, as you recall. And then finally, Khrushchev got the call from RFK. Remember, everyone thought the world was going to get nuked then, and then it didn't. So we're good. All right. We'll get back to the history in a little while. And again, not a Cuba expert, so this is just quick study this morning. All right, so back on Cuba. Let's get back on this. So that's one of the claims, okay? So what that journalist talked about in the video were really bad human rights things, okay? Really bad human rights things. Let me tell you something. The reality of it is we never take measures like we've taken for the sake of human rights, unless it's really bad, okay? Unless it's like so horrible bad. But there's always a strategic interest. Even our entry into World War II, there was a strategic interest there, okay? There was, regardless of what many might think, the most basic strategic interest was, oh, they attacked us, they could reach out and attack us. And yes, I know, I think a lot of people in our government look the other way when Hawaii when Pearl Harbor was attacked, but we're not going to get into all that right now. So basically, there's a lot of things going on there. And where was I going? Okay, yes. So then what happens is, so we don't do things just for human rights ever. There's got to be a strategic reason. So the strategic reason, let's get to at the end, because I don't want to lead your theories. Based on my theory, I want you to look at the facts and come up with a theory of your own of why you think we're doing it. I will tell you my why as promised in the title, but I want to hear yours as well, why we're doing it. Please don't tell me the Jews are making Donald Trump do it. I swear to God, I will kick you off my Rumble if I hear that nonsense. Unless you have undeniable proof. And by undeniable proof, I don't mean anything from Max Blumenthal or a secondary source. Unless you have some intercepted call of, a bunch of people in some star chamber saying that, seriously, serious theories only, please. Okay. If you have a theory, make sure you back it up. And again, that's not bias. I can't stand, I guess what bothers me about the Jewish thing so much, like all this anti-Semitism, it's so few of those people ever source anything. Like we still have people who, not to go off on a tangent, and yes, my wife's Jewish, but that's not my drive here. My drive is I put a lot of work into research. That's why I don't do so many shows, because I don't want to come out here without having done the work. And it's just so easy for people to say, oh, it's the Jews, and it's like, why do you think it's the Jews? People can never ask, like, why? They can never answer this question, too. They're like, oh, all the money we give them, they control us. I'm like, don't you think if Israel controlled the United States, we'd be giving them more than $3.8 billion a year? Maybe closer to the 17.4 billion we're still giving to Ukraine, or the 18 billion we've been giving to Pakistan since Obama. Yeah, no, you won't find that anywhere. But the point is, when I hire people, I control them for the task I've hired them to do. Then I pay them money. So I'm not sure how that relationship works where we're paying money to be controlled. Anyways, so yes, I want to know your theories why you think Trump is doing what he's doing. I'll give you mine at the end of the show. Okay. And I think it's pretty clear. All right. Let me get a couple. Just going to read these. Wow. I was just about to ask you about the result. Okay. Thank you. No longer tired. Right. Okay. Yes. I'm telling you guys, just pull up a young picture of Castro. And there was interaction there. And I'm telling you, okay, damn it. No longer tired. You're going to get me down. You're going to make me go down this path. No, I'm not going to do it. I'll do that on the next show. Okay, so I think, I'm going to have to read these because, I'm going to put your guys' chats right up on the stage because I don't even care. Because I want you to see what each other are saying too. So we'll do a nice big font on that. How's that? No, we'll do the medium font so you can see more. Okay, so here we go. Scrolling up. I never heard that story that they stole. Oh, yeah. So don't look. Wow, I thought, okay. All right. So someone, I don't know if that is a Silver Talon. Give me more information. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that's an advertisement or something. No offense. If we went to war with Cuba, would it be easy as going to war? Oh, no, we wipe them out. I mean, they're not even near the capability that Venezuela was. And keep in mind, we kind of went to war with them because some of the few troop interactions we had were with the Black Wasps. No, we destroy them. I mean, they're such a, you know, we'll get into like what they do. But yeah, no, it'd be super easy. Even if, and here's the beauty of the blockade that we have up. No one can really come to their aid. Venezuela can't come to their aid. China can't come to their aid. Russia can't come to their aid. No one can come to their aid. They are totally cut off. Mexico won't come to their aid because if they do, it's going to mess up that renegotiation for NAFTA that's coming up. This is very good. This is very strategic. I don't care what you think about Trump. I was pretty impressed. This whole move. And do you know that the Venezuela thing, blowing up all the drug boats and all that, that was clearly a ruse. The whole thing was just to get a carrier group in place so they could do the kidnapping of Maduro. Do you know that Trump actually planned that whole thing like back in like 2020? I'm not kidding you. Did you notice how we stopped like blowing up drug boats? That we were blowing up drug boats for sure, but never would you need like an entire carrier group to do that. That whole thing was set up for the January 3rd arrest and exfiltration of Maduro. Wow, I was just about to ask you about the resentment, right? Totally. They totally look just like each other. Yeah. Okay, so I never heard that story before that they stole from us. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Argentina did too. Like, do you know Argentina has the record for the highest amount of like defaulting on a loan from us? We just took it. That's why strength matters, man, and showing your strength, it matters. I never heard that story before. They stole from us before my life, and I watched 100 documentaries about the Cold War. They never mentioned it. Do you think Kennedy was weak on Cuba? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know. I mean, he did launch the Bay of Pigs. That's a pretty bold move. That's an actual incursion into sovereign territory. So I think that was pretty bold. I don't think Kennedy was experienced enough to know what to do. Like, he also didn't, I don't think he had great intel either. And that's another story too. You guys have got to read this book called Big Intel by T. Michael Walls, where he talks about the World War II and beyond subversion of our intelligence communities by the communists because we were so focused on the fascists. Fascinating. I think that has a lot to do with all of these things, including the obvious fact that someone tipped the Cubans off to the Bay of Pigs. All right. But then again, it was like a lot of boats. It could have been anyone on a beach in Miami. But yeah, no, that actually, there is a BBC documentary I just watched today at lunch that they talk about that. And the thing I had up there earlier, I'll get you the source, but it's pretty well known. All right, Carol repost. Hey, thanks, man. Really appreciate it, Carol. Appreciate it. By the way, men, women, I call everyone man. It's just a habit. So, okay. I don't know this guy who is somewhat involved in COVID thing in China. He tells me the story of how Israel is connecting money and getting property when they took over. Yeah, that's funny because the way you're saying that, guy, it sounds a lot like what China does. I'm just telling you. So, yeah, does Israel, first of all, that Israel like bought a lot of that land, right? That they're currently on. They didn't just come and plant some flags. Like before 1948, they were actually purchasing land from the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. And the Grand Mufti, he's a scumbag. He was hanging with the Nazis and everything, but he thought it was funny because it was non-arable land, it was swampy, it was gross. We'll give it to these guys because there were kibbutzes in that area for years. I mean, back to the late 1800s. So yeah, I mean, a lot of that land, people fail to tell that history as well. But yeah, a lot of that land was purchased legally. And then where the Jews had the advantage, or the Israelis had the advantage, is they had people from all over the world coming to this one spot. Okay, so you had different ways of thinking, and you could have had an Australian Jew who's now an Israeli saying, hey, you know what? I bet if we planted eucalyptus trees there, that would suck up all that swampland, and then we could, do some crop rotation, stuff like that. So yeah, okay. So it's a lot of people don't realize, like, the Jews didn't just. It wasn't like, the UN said, hey, they had a rough go in World War II. We give them Israel. It wasn't like that. Like, what happened? They were already there. And I won't get to the biblical part of they were already there because that's thousands of years, but they purchased that land from the Arabs that were there. And there were decent relationships between the Arabs and the Israelis up until 1948 Civil War in Jerusalem. Okay, long topic for another day, but yeah, I'm definitely study up on the history of that. Highly recommend Brandon Weichart. Anything you could find by Brandon on the topic is fantastic. Okay, so small YouTube following, but I don't know his name right now. Just you can email it to me. You could DM me. But yeah, you guys can always email me at brian@dailyclout.io. That's totally cool. brian@dailyclout.io. Send me leads or things. Send me things you think should be investigated. I will say this, so it's called Investigate Everything, not because I'm going to investigate everything. We should be investigating everything. So don't send me, like, I've had people send me these series of emails that are like 30 emails, well-sourced, everything. I'm like, why would I investigate this? You already have. Just organize it, So I'm talking more like leads, or more like, hey, I noticed this connection that no one's talking about between, the president of Mexico and the governor of Kansas. And it's just weird that no one's talked about this because I live in Kansas and he's always there. Is that something? That's a good lead. But don't tell me, hey, you should investigate Bill Gates. And I get those emails. Like, we all know he's bad. Or, hey, have you looked into Epstein? I actually got that email. Hey, have you looked into Epstein? Who hasn't looked into Epstein at this point? So, yeah. But yeah, Kai, you could always just shoot me an email, Brian, BRIAN, @dailyclout.io. I'll put that up on the scroller in a bit. And then we're going to get back to Cuba. Okay, Snoop Dogg, if the U.S. goes into Cuba, it will be a huge quagmire. The Cubans are resolutely Cuban. Cuba has withstood the most. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Let's watch a little more of this. I hear you. I know where you're coming from. That is a talking point. Maybe not for you, but that is a classic talking point that comes out from the regime of Cuba. Right now, some in Cuba, some very well-respected journalists who are in Cuba and have just left Cuba, estimate that 90% of the population is malnourished. So, again, not to call you out, I'm saying that they might, the people that are really standing with the regime are kind of the old schoolers and the people that were brought into, raised, by hardcore revolutionaries. The young people are really disillusioned. And it shows because within the last year, Cuba's population has dropped by like 1 million people. So they're not standing with them that much if they're fleeing that much. And there's even reports showing that the doctors in Cuba who can trace like some of their family, because there's a lot of Haitian crossover, the doctors who can prove that they have Haitian relatives in Haiti are leaving Cuba and going to freaking Haiti. And I've been to both, and Haiti's a hellscape. But that's how bad it is. So respectfully, I disagree that they would. And as you'll see, the Rebel News report, granted it's only one report, they are not on the side of this government at all. Those people are starving. The country's a mess. There's been no progress. I think they're ready. Like, I think they stand with Cuba. I think you're right there for sure. Some of the proudest people I've ever met. I served in the military with a lot of people from Cuba that were, naturalized citizens. Great guys. Okay. But they stand with the country. I don't think they stand with the communists. I think they're done because they're starving. They have no internet. They barely have running water long before these blockades, long before. And I've got the receipts. So, and you said Cuba has withstood the most powerful country on earth for 65 years. That's not a weak country or economic system. No, I'm not saying it's a weak country. what I am saying is that the communist government has sapped that country of its resources. Do you know that they put like over 70% of their budget into government services? That means they're not producing anything. They're just making jobs like communist countries do, and it's become a zombie economy. Their biggest employment sector is the government. How's that sustainable? It's not, and it's proven it. What's kept them alive, okay, and just like, they are not standing alone. The only time they really stood alone was the Bay of Pigs and when they took over the country. Okay, and I think that's hard to argue. They've always had a big superpower that supports them. Currently, that was Venezuela, alongside with China is one of their biggest, Russia, Sweden, UK, France, Belgium, Germany, all have big investments in Cuba. Okay. But they're not standing alone against the United States. Okay. Without help. So that's just the way it is. And that's a fact. Okay. And if you prove me wrong, and I will, I will admit my fault, admit my mistake. I'm not a proud man, but that, I think, yes, technically they're alone. Technically, they don't have any military treaties with China or any formal trade in military equipment with China. But as you'll see, it's there. So we have to get back to the video. Okay, so don't talk about Venezuela and Israel because that's what the guy on his YouTube channel said. He's kind of with COVID as well. He does videos. Who's the person? Okay, because a lot of these people got into the kind of conservative mix through COVID because they stood against mandates and everything, which is great. But I always want to remind people, just because they were on your side for one battle doesn't mean they're on your side for every battle. What they do, these anti-Semites, is first of all, they make a lot of things up. And by the way, the Chronicles of the Elders of Zion, that was proven a forgery 100 years ago or 80 years ago. And I saw someone quoting that the other night on X. I'm like, well, what a bunch of dumbasses. But yeah, they never really seem to be able to answer the why. Like people say all the time, like Israel did this and Israel. I'm like, why would they want to do that? What is the point? What do they get out of it? Because there's got to be, something. You don't know. And let me just put in perspective, Kai. Those idiots on the Samara flotilla, what's her name? Greta Thunberg and all them floating their little sailing ships without much food at all to try to breach the barrier that Israel put up and get food to the Palestinians. And again, even though they barely had any food on that flotilla, on the way there, they claimed that they got attacked by a submarine from Israel off the coast of, I believe, Sudan. Not Sudan. I forgot the country, something in North Africa. Anyways, I covered this on a show. They believe, so what happened is they had this drone attack, right? And they had it on their security video. And they're literally 100 yards off the coast of, may have been Tunisia, I think. These flotilla people, they're the Greta Thunberg crowd. They're communists. And they claim that, it was an Israeli drone. Okay. And when you look at the video, it's really hilarious. I should revisit that. All you see is what looks like a flare come down out of the sky, like a drone dropped a flare. And I know that drone. It was a Mavic. I know the sound of it without a doubt. They said it was an army of drones. It was clearly one drone. They said it was an Israeli drone. And I'm thinking, well, how's Israel all the way in Tunisia, 100 yards off the coast of Tunisia? And I'm like, well, how'd they get that? Then they revised that statement saying it was launched from an Israeli sub. I'm like, so you're telling me an Israeli sub was 100 yards off the coast of Tunisia and they didn't do anything? Like, that's how you start wars? Like, you're telling me Tunisia's just like, yeah, do your thing. attack these useless people with your drone flare. Anyways, so people just want to blame Israel. And there's a reason, but you're going to have to watch my Trevor Loudon episode because we both agree on that. It's hard to argue. Now, I did do some research on these flotilla people. Guess who had a Mavic? The flotilla people. And if you look closely at the video, you can see the guy flying it. They staged the whole thing. So always look deep, look very thoroughly. Okay, so Stoop Dog. I was there in 2003, so I may be a little behind the times. I met Phil Agee, who was ex-CIA and lived there. I met people who work anti-Castro, and most were all in for the permanent revolution. If they were anti-Castro, I don't know how they were in for the permanent revolution, unless they just, which they could be, because communists never agree. 2003, it really depends on their age, but you know what, we should talk more. And if you were there, I'd love to talk to you, actually, because I was there just maybe a couple of years after that. And I'm surprised a guy in Cuba told you he was ex-CIA. That's kind of a dangerous game in Cuba. Not doubting it. I'm just saying, did the guy have a death wish? Or was he working for the Cuban government? Because no ex-CIA officer is going to stay in Cuba. And he's certainly not going to tell anyone. Or he's working for them. So, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not doubting your friend or whoever he was. I don't know. But I'd love to hear more about that story. All right, Agee supported their system. Yep, we could get more into that. I mean, I think I don't know much about that person, but I'll admit it, so I'm not going to say you're wrong or right. But what I will say is what matters is 2003. I mean, that things could have been different. I don't know. I wasn't there very long. I just had a quick job to do. But that was a long time ago. And that's actually the year I got out of the military. So it feels like just yesterday. But we should talk. Let me see. You are on Rumble, Stoop Dog. Shoot me an email. Okay, if you have to come on the show, but you're welcome to. I'd love to hear about your experiences in Cuba. And it's not any gotcha journalism, as you can see. I just really want to hear more experiences from different perspectives. So Brian at dailyclout.io. I'll stick it on the screen. Or you could just send a comment into my Rumble channel there, and I'll get it with your email. Okay, guys, let's watch a little more. Now, remember, the Chinese and the Cubans are saying, this is bullshit. There's no military anything. So I kind of dubbed this, I'm an amateur filmmaker, so I kind of dubbed this over, and I inserted him again, making the Cuban
China relations, and to pin that down as if it is a spy operation, it is completely unjustified.
With the arrest of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, the world's attention is turning to another communist totalitarian state less than 100 miles from the U.S. Today, the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation revealed the ongoing state terrorism that Cuba has been exporting for the past 60 years.
This is present time.
Washington correspondent Jack Bradley has the details.
This is very auspicious in the fight against world communism, obviously. This is the most hopeful time we have seen in quite some time. We know the events that happened in Venezuela, and we know they're going to have an impact on Cuba.
With the capture of former Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro, Cuba and its allies are scrambling. Here at the Victims of Communism Museum in Washington, D.C., analysts gathered to examine the Cuban regime's campaign of terror more than 6 decades in the making. The panelists listed several crimes by the Cuban communist regime and its support for other authoritarian states.
The number of Ethiopians killed by Mengistu and his Cuban allies were between 225,000 and 317,000, including at least over 1,000 children between 11 and 13 years of age.
With Cuba even aiding ongoing wars.
Ukrainian intelligence reports that as many as 25,000 Cubans have been recruited to fight in Putin's imperial war in Ukraine today, and that presently 6,000 to 7,000 are in the field.
Cuba recently admitted that 32 Cuban military and intelligence personnel were killed by U.S. forces during the January 3rd arrest of Venezuela's Maduro. Some of those killed were members of Maduro's personal security detail. Following that, and because of Cuba's reliance on Venezuelan oil due to a U.S. embargo, President Trump said,
Cuba is ready to fall.
In 1966, the Cuban communist regime hosted the Tricontinental Conference in Havana, forming a violent terror network with dozens of countries across Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and with economic and military support from the Soviet Union and China.
I just want to put that in perspective a little. That conference did not actually form terror groups. What it did, it brought a lot of illegal groups together from around the world that maybe went on to become even worse terrorist groups. But that conference alone was more of a kind of like a vision statement type of conference. I don't want people to think that they were having breakout sessions where they were comparing bomb vests or anything, because I think by NTD that's a bit of a stretch to say that was where they formed all these groups. They definitely formed alliances, all communists, around the world. And as you can see, what I'm getting at with what I think their chief export of Cuba is basically they trained. It's like kind of like a mini Medici type thing where they send their troops. They also let a lot of troops train there. Their Black Wasps were actually trained by the Chinese paramilitaries as well as Russian paramilitaries, which makes sense. I mean, that's how it, and then they've also gone over historically to many different countries, but to this day, to the Middle East, to train other groups. And you could call them Marxist groups, but they are terrorist groups. So, but I just wanted to correct the record there for NTD. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't say that conference was where they formed these dastardly plans. Is not really the way communists work. They kind of give a direction, and then you kind of form your little dastardly plans on your own.
The next 60 years, these organizations carried out terrorist assassinations, violent revolutions, and plots to overthrow democratic governments across the world.
At this point, I am sure that the regime leaders in Cuba are looking for an exit strategy to maintain basically their ill-begotten gains and their life. Because there will be, in short order, I think, a regime change in Cuba.
It is long past time for them to go. They need to see the handwriting on the wall. Their economy has collapsed. They are abusive of their own people.
Adding that everything happening today in Iran and Venezuela is a blow to the Chinese Communist Party.
They're clearing all the distractions, whether it's Ukraine, the Middle East, or Latin America, so we can focus the might and power of the United States on our existential threat, which I think this administration perceives to be China.
We absolutely have to make sure that we reduce, minimize, eliminate China's influence.
Whether it's Cuba, the Chinese Communist Party, Russia, or Iran, panelists say that the oppression is a common theme, and they warn the coming months could be decisive, not just for Cuba, but for the entire network of authoritarian regimes. Reporting from Washington, D.C., Jack Bradley, NTD News.
To accuse Cuban-China relations and to pin that down as if it is a spy operation, it is completely unjustified.
Military communications, tech industry secrets, and maritime transmissions. These are some of the communications that experts say may be intercepted by a new intelligence gathering and military training facility in Cuba, built in partnership with China. Experts say China is trying
This was 2023. This came out from the Wall Street Journal.
To replicate the US's global surveillance capabilities, and Cuba could play a crucial role in that plan.
The U.S. has always had the advantage because we've had the geography, and that's why Cuba would be an important asset for China.
So how does Cuba fit into China's global eavesdropping strategy? And what do China's other spy bases tell us about how this one could look? Both the US and China already operate a number of listening posts around the world as part of their signals intelligence, or SIGINT, programs. That's the process of eavesdropping on the voice conversations, text messages, emails, location signals, and data transmissions that fly around the world constantly. In June, US officials said China had reached an agreement worth several $1 billion with Cuba. The deal would allow the island nation to build a new military facility capable of electronic eavesdropping, 100 miles from the Florida Keys. Beijing and Havana have both denied the planned facility, but US officials say China and Cuba already jointly run 4 eavesdropping stations on the island. And experts say this is just the latest chapter in a long history of Cuba's eavesdropping capabilities.
Russia used Cuba for decades because it was the one place that they could build a listening post and collect a lot of the data from the United States.
James Bamford has written 5 books on national security and intelligence agencies, and previously worked for PBS and ABC. He says that a Chinese listening post on Cuba would have a very clear mission.
One of the key things you want to do is eavesdrop on satellites, because so much information is transmitted up to and then downlink from satellites.
These satellites convey much of the world's military, diplomatic, and commercial information. They orbit about 22,000 miles above the Earth at a fixed point over the equator, mostly above the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans. Bamford says China has only been able to tap into satellites over the Indian and Pacific Oceans, from facilities in the Spratly Islands and Great Cocoa Island. But listening into communications over the Atlantic Ocean is where Cuba comes in.
I mean, the way the Chinese would do it, basically you need a very large area, and you're building satellite dishes. They could be 90 feet across, and then you, a lot of times, will put it in the radome, which looks like a big golf ball covering, both protecting it from the weather and hiding the location of where you're targeting.
That's called tempest.
These facilities can range from a single satellite dish to over a dozen. Having more dishes allows the station to target multiple satellites at once. Bamford says one US listening post in Japan can target 8,000 signals from 16 satellites.
That's a huge amount of data, and you need a large number of satellites
good.
to do that. And then,
all right, so you guys get the idea. They can listen to a lot of stuff, all right, from Cuba. And by the way, there's 4 bases there. That's pretty much not even argued anymore. I just put it up there. James Bamford, for those people really interested in the NSA, I highly recommend The Puzzle Palace. It's very old. I read it in high school, like back in the, like, I think it was like 1990 I read it. But it's a really good book. Very detailed, very dry, but dated doesn't really matter. It's a good time for an NSA book like that to come out, because that was like literally like right when the Cold War had crusted, but there's a lot of stuff going on. This guy is an expert, just so you know who he is. I did a lot of clippings, so you didn't see his biography, but we're going to skip past him and get to... Okay, now this is really funny, guys. All right, so I don't know if you guys recall this, but when this Wall Street Journal report came out, okay, let's face the facts. I mean, the Wall Street Journal, not exactly a pro-Trump type rag, not exactly, they tend to lean left. They tend to lean globalist. Okay, but remember during the pandemic when the first time Trump said China was the enemy, which I agree with, all of a sudden, all of the left said China was a competitor. Okay, so anything Trump says, they have to disagree with, including the Wall Street Journal for the most part. Okay. But this is a Wall Street Journal report. Now watch this. Now I know it's just recent history. And again, you guys know how I feel about the Biden administration. They suck. The things we all went through, I'm not ever going to say what I went through, my wife went through. We all went through some crap. Left, right, center, doesn't matter. But watch this. I'm sorry to give you some bad memories back here, but here we go.
By having listening posts other places that have a similar type of antenna.
You're going to love this.
And then you could triangulate it and find out exactly where that submarine is.
It's called a fix.
As tensions between China and the US grow, intelligence gathering will continue to play a key role in the diplomatic, military, and commercial rivalry between the two nations. And while experts say Cuba's spy bases significantly improve China's eavesdropping capabilities, US officials say they are confident in their ability to meet their security commitments in the US and abroad.
To accuse Cuban-China relations
my boy.
and to pin that down as if it is a spy operation, it is completely unjustified.
Activity in the region. This latest development follows last year's denial by the Pentagon of a reported agreement between China and Cuba to construct an electronic eavesdropping facility on Cuba. At the time, the Pentagon Press Secretary General Pat Ryder labeled the report as inaccurate.
I can tell you based on the information that we have that is not accurate, that we are not aware of China and Cuba developing any type of spy station.
Despite those denials, there is growing evidence suggesting a Chinese interest in using Cuba as a surveillance hub, directly challenging U.S. dominance in the region. China's goal to expand its military presence globally is well documented, and as we mentioned earlier, Cuba offers an ideal foothold for the People's Liberation Army Navy in the Caribbean. According to a report from the Director of National Intelligence, Cuba is one of several countries where China aims to set up military bases. Despite official secrets.
Okay, that was a soft approach. First of all, the Russians have had a base there since the 70s. They closed down, they turned it on forever. Don't forget that Russia actually got, or the Soviets got, missiles onto Cuba. So for anyone to think like this is crazy, or you're a racist, or you're anti-China, whatever, like, just a little history. Stoop Dog knows. Actually, I love the name Stoop Dog. You know, it's like, why is that crazy? I mean, they did try to put nukes on, the Soviets tried to put nukes 90 miles from us. Is it crazy to think that the Chinese would put signals intelligence or SIGINT base there? Right? So, and we'll get into that because China is one of the biggest providers of capital to the Cuban government, supposedly for their infrastructure. But their infrastructure is still running on gasoline power generators, basically. It's so antiquated. These rolling blackouts that you see in Cuba, they've been happening forever. This is nothing new. This has nothing to do with, oh, we're running out of oil. Okay, so the thing is, like, Cuba needs 100,000 barrels per day to run the whole country. Okay. They were getting upwards of 47,000 barrels a day from Venezuela. They produce 40,000 barrels a day on their own. And they've been getting stuff from, like, Russia has been giving them oil, and I think Algeria maybe. But the point is, like, China's put a lot of money into Cuba, yet the infrastructure has not improved a lick. I mean, there's not, when I was there, it was kind of hard to find running water. Stoop, I don't know if you can expound on that, but so with all this money coming in, right, where's it going? Where's China directing that money? I'll tell you where they're directing it, to these bases. You could literally look at them on Google Maps or Google Earth. Like, and don't forget, we had a Russian cargo ship arrive there in 2023, and the Biden administration's like, well, we'll keep an eye on it. So that's not what we'd like to see, but we're going to give them a stern talking to and maybe a press, release. I mean, Blinken, the Secretary of State at the time, good Lord, man, what a weak-chinned little wimp he was with the Chinese. I don't know if you guys remember when he got bitch slapped up there in Alaska. It was embarrassing. Watching Rubio hang out there it's great. I don't know if you like him or hate him. I think he's Cuban American too, but I love the way Rubio handles the press and handles for our allies and enemies. It's a far cry. It's just so pathetic to see Blinken, who you'll see here shortly. And I've got to say, like, what's with the hair, dude? You'll see it. Let's keep going.
Secrecy surrounding China's activities. The recent imagery offers a comprehensive look at 4 active sites likely used for electronic surveillance operations. The Center for Strategic and International Studies recently released a report about ongoing construction near the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, signaling deepening defense and intelligence ties between China and Cuba. China's involvement in Cuba's technology sector is extensive, with tech giants Huawei and ZTE playing pivotal roles in shaping Cuba's telecommunications infrastructure. Both of those companies are blacklisted by the U.S. for espionage risks. A notable new site at El Salo houses a sophisticated antenna array designed for signal interception. a technology still valued by China even after its abandonment by the U.S. and Russia post-Cold War. Other sites like Bajukal and Kalabazar are significantly upgraded, including the installation of large dish antennas that enhance China's space communications and surveillance capabilities. The CSIS report emphasizes the strategic use of Cuba's proximity to the southeastern U.S. for intelligence gathering by China. The expansion means China could intercept communications from U.S. military bases, space launch facilities, and commercial shipping routes. For Straight Arrow News, I'm Ryan Robertson. For more,
administration has confirmed that China.
Okay, so a little timeline for you. So it came out from the Wall Street Journal, who did very, very thorough investigation that holy moly, we've got these SIGINT, or signals intelligence, basically eavesdropping bases on Cuba that the Chinese are funding or building for them. It gets worse because a lot of it looked like they were doing like some sort of training type of, they were setting up barracks and everything. They probably already have them. And the Biden administration denied it. Okay. As you saw, the Pentagon, I think that was the DOD spokesman, just bold-faced lied. Okay. Then they have egg on their face. Now, this gets even better because you guys remember that guy Kirby? I think he was the Pentagon spokesman. He was like a used car salesman. You might remember him, but this gets better. And by the way, I want to say they quoted CSIS, putting the site. I just want to point out these guys are not really. I hate to put the world into Trump friendly and non-Trump friendly, but these guys are not really Trump friendly either, and they're putting out this report. So, but it's csis.org. Interesting stuff there, but again, like everything, investigate their sources too. I'll leave that up. Let's keep going.
Has been operating a spy base in Cuba since at least 2019. It's located about 100 miles from Florida. This comes after the Wall Street Journal reported that China tentatively agreed to pay Cuba billions of dollars to set up an electronic eavesdropping facility. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will reportedly visit China next week to build a better working relationship with Beijing. He was supposed to visit earlier this year, but his trip was canceled after the U.S. shot down a Chinese spy balloon near U.S. military facilities. Let's bring in Gordon Lubold, who helped break that exclusive story. He's a White House and national security reporter for the Wall Street Journal. The White House originally denied your report and then said, oh, no, China's been doing this for years. Why the turnaround in their response?
Honestly, we wish we knew. We learned early on that there was, we had reporting about this eavesdropping facility in Cuba, and we went to the White House, provided them information about it, essentially didn't get any pushback. And then the story published the next day without a lot of detail from the White House. But that's when they started to say that the story was inaccurate. Only then 2 days later to essentially declassify the intelligence that allowed them to acknowledge that the listening station, collection facilities, as they called it, was there.
And Gordon, what do we know about this base?
Well, this is the.
For those tuning in,
Cubans,
he wrote the story.
Made a deal to establish the base. We don't know exactly, its location or kind of where it is in the process. But as you and your viewers probably well know, there's a lot of not only commercial but military activity, U.S. military activity in that region. Several headquarters of different military headquarters are in southern Florida. And there's a lot of reason to think that the Chinese would be interested in the activity there, and a lot of communications they could intercept using such a base.
So that's why physical presence on Cuba would be better than, say, satellites or some other kinds of electronic monitoring.
Yeah, the closer the better in that case. But I think, you got to keep in mind that for the Chinese, having a presence 100 miles off the U.S. coast is not unlike, in their mind, to whatever kind of installations we have on Taiwan. And you can imagine, although we don't know this, that this is the beginning of a kind of a negotiating tool that the Chinese could use to persuade the U.S. to kind of back off from Taiwan.
Sure.
I just want to point out that the gentleman from China who was speaking earlier, he was saying that like 3 months ago, that there's no military, no spying, no. As you can see, CBS, Wall Street Journal, and as you'll see, even the Biden administration, even the Chinese MOFA or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have admitted this. So I don't know if that guy's totally got his living under a rock or is just, he's not allowed to not lie. Okay, but I just want to point that out. And I do want to point out something else, that in today's communication, yes, you need, lines of bearing coming from multiple points. So, basic signals intelligence or intercept when you're trying to find location is you have an outstation, an outstation, an outstation. So, all right, my fingers are my intercept teams or my SOP-B teams when I was in the military, right? The enemy's somewhere in here. They transmit, we pick up the frequency, it shoots a straight line. They shoot a straight line, they shoot a straight line. Where those intersect, that is the location of the enemy. You call in artillery. That's basic SIGINT. That's called a fix. When it's 2, it's a cut. And when it's 1, it's a line of bearing. The reason you do need bases everywhere is because they're intercepting satellites, which are constantly rotating. So you have to rotate with them. That's what he's talking about. But you don't necessarily need them on Cuba. Okay, they have them. I mean, right now the Chinese, because they put a police base in New York City that was uncovered in like 2024, they can kind of put these things anywhere. So you have to ask yourself, why Cuba? Well, the reason why is because it's also a great launching point, okay, for lots of activities. I'll just put it that way. It also allows them to do a lot of, I won't say drone strikes because they're not going to go 90 miles, but I will say you could do a lot of bad stuff 90 miles from the U.S. And don't forget SOCCENT, SOCOM, all that stuff is right there in Tampa. Like all of the Special Operations Command is right there in Tampa, Florida. That's especially alarming. I mean, you could definitely intercept increased activity at the, SOCOM headquarters or over at SOCCENT, which is Special Operations Intelligence. And if you have increased activity, that means there's probably going to be a launch of something. It could give them early warning of any incursions into South America, like we did to Venezuela. There's a lot. Okay, obviously, it's not that great because they didn't detect what we did to Venezuela. But again, we also had a good cover story too. We're blowing up the drug boats. But there's a lot that could go with that. You could also launch a lot of migrants to the Florida coast and have the wrong people in there. You could have human, kind of like Trojan horses. And I do want to read a quote when we get to it from Peter Schweitzer's new book, which is fantastic, called Invisible Coup, about 1981 and what happened with Castro then with all the immigrants. Peter Schweitzer, he argues, and I agree with him, that Cuba, that was the first country to use migration or illegal immigration or whatever you want to call it, as a weapon. They were the first ones to successfully use it. And they did that in 1981, where they flooded Florida with tons of immigrants on boats. And what they did is they actually did put the insane, the infirm, the diseased, and the crazy, and the hardcore criminals in and among those people that flooded into southern Florida, primarily Miami at that time. And so the point is, like, Cuba, the Cuban communist Castro regime hates and has always hated the United States, okay? Has always hated them. And they've always been attacking us, not the people, that regime. Okay, so none of this to me is shocking. Okay, don't forget when Jimmy Carter said, well, we will welcome them with open arms, with open hearts and open arms, I think he said. You know what Castro said? We'll fill those arms with shit. So just, verify and, but I'm telling you, it's all right. Stoop, I see you. I will get to the comments in a bit. I just want to keep going because it's getting late. I want people, I know people want to keep going, and by the way, guys, if you have comments you want me to see and I don't read them, please email me your comments, because once I shut off the studio, I can't get the comments back. Okay, so if I miss anything, just make sure you're keeping track of your comments. Just said, hey, I asked you this question during the broadcast. You didn't answer it. Can you help me out here? I will definitely get back to you. Okay, let's keep going.
We'll leave Cuba if you draw down a little bit in Taiwan. Let me ask you about because U.S. officials have said Beijing is making a lot of efforts to expand its intelligence gathering. What do we know about that, and how big has it gotten?
Well, obviously big countries and small countries spy on each other all the time. I think the U.S. has been particularly concerned in recent years as this global competition with China heats up to track where China is making inroads. So we had a series of stories about a base in the UAE that the Chinese wanted to build. And the U.S. embarked on a pretty aggressive lobbying campaign to persuade the Emiratis not to allow the Chinese to build it there. It was near a lot of sensitive American technology. And there are other examples of this where China is just trying to make inroads with a physical footprint or to collect more information. As the White House pointed out last few days, Cuba is not the only place where they are worried about Chinese collection facilities. There are others in the region that they're taking steps to counter.
Gordon Lubold, White House and national security reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Thank you, Gordon.
We're going to keep going, but this is a good comment. I agree. And by the way, guys, the book I'm talking about, if you're not familiar with Peter Schweitzer, I don't know, do I need to flip my camera? Yeah, I do. But basically, this is the invisible coup. I always remove jackets so I can protect them. Peter Schweitzer, what I love about his books, they're so well researched. As you can see, his endnotes are usually about a fifth of the book. He wrote some great ones, Red-Handed, all about the Chinese Communist Party. But yeah, just so you know, his notes start on page 205. These are all his sources. Okay. I know Peter, he's, I wouldn't say we're friends, but we like each other. We've seen each other at events and we've, crossed paths many times. He's fantastic. He's a great analyst. But to Stoop's point, that was pretty smart of Castro. Yes, it was. And if you guys will allow me to indulge you, what Peter is talking about in Invisible Coup is how migration is used as a weapon. And it always has been. And he goes through many examples. I'm going to try to get him on the show. I'm a small show. I don't take offense if he can't because he has an agent. And I got to go through the agent, not through Peter. But I'm going to wait till all the hubbub about his book dies down. It's #1 on Amazon as of last week of all book categories. And it's called Invisible Coup. It's a quick read. It's about 204 pages. I highly suggest you get it. And just so you know, the whole premise of the book is how this is nothing new. Migration is a weapon. Everything we saw under the Biden administration is weaponized migration or illegal immigration. And I'm going to read the chapters to you. Okay, chapter 1 is called Proof of Concept. Chapter 2, Mexico's reconquest of the U.S. is real. Mexico, organizing militancy in the U.S. They have 53 embassies in the United States, Mexico does. Voter mills, he gets into that. This is the creepiest chapter in the whole book. China, the Manchurian generation. They have 1 million Chinese kids who were born in the United States, are being raised in the United States, but go back to China constantly. And you can see where that leads. Importing the revolution, progressives, and the drug cartels, transforming America, the surge, and of course, what I love about Peter, He doesn't just tell you everything that's bad. He always gives his last chapter as what you can do. And that chapter 10, is called Fighting Back. Highly recommend it. He's not paying for this. I just like Peter. I like his work. But it is The Invisible Coup. I'm sorry, it's backwards if it is, by Peter Schweitzer. You cannot go wrong. But to Stoop Dog's point, that Castro was pretty clever. Yes, he was. And look, can we just call a spade here? Jimmy Carter, not the brightest bulb on the tree, or not the healthiest peanut in the grove. He was a peanut farmer. Okay, so let me read this to you, okay, because it's late, and if you're still here, you're enjoying it, so I appreciate it. And wow, I got 4 figures of people that are here, so thank you. I appreciate it, because I've got to say, guys, the reason I do this show is pretty simple. I research all day long. I have a day job. I run a nonprofit called the consumerdiligence.org, where we just rip every company open and expose all the good and the bad about them. And we do this all day long, me and my friend Dallas Ludlam. And we make our money through donations. Daily Cloud is owned by my wife, Naomi Wolf. I get paid per episode, but, I get paid by my wife. So that pay normally goes to buying half and half and some milk. So why do I do this show? I'll tell you why I do this show. Anyone who has done a lot of research, you can't do a ton of research and not have a place to share it. If you do, you will go crazy. Okay. And I think I was going a little crazy in these last 4 weeks because I hadn't done a show a lot. But I share it because I'm trying to give you leads of what I found. I never have a complete investigation. I don't have time. I do have actual clients as well who will pay me to do due diligence prior to a merger and acquisition, or they're going to another country, they need contacts. I do that kind of work privately. That's what a private intelligence consultant is. That's what I am. So I do apologize when I don't get a show out all the time. Like, I can't do a show every day because I will never go on unless I'm confident that I'm right. Okay. And that is well researched, at least. I don't want you to come here and get some half-assed, me just repeating what some other podcaster said. I do all my own research. I don't have a team. I do have Autumn Smith, who is a friend and who's on the audience sometime, who provides great information. All of you provide me great information, so keep providing it. But why am I here? Because honestly, I feel better already than I did at 2:00 this morning when I was staring at maps of Cuba. Okay. So I'm not saying I'm using you as therapy, but maybe I am a little. Okay. So with that said, okay, so we are going to continue and, the quote, sorry. See, this is what happens when it gets late. I get a little punchy. All right. So to Stoop Dog's point, this is chapter 1, proof of concept from Peter Schweitzer's Invisible Coup. Thousands of people crowded into small boats and were illuminated by carbon arc searchlights scanning the perimeter of Mariel Harbor in Cuba. The shoreline teemed with men, women, and children carrying little more than the clothes on their backs, hoping to escape the Fidel Castro regime on trawlers, yachts, commercial ships, and sailboats. They used anything they could survive the trip across the ocean. Patrol boats and armed guards kept a careful watch as the crafts assembled for the journey. And he has a footnote there. The President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, had assured, quote, an open heart and open arms. Probably puffing a cohiba, encountering bien entonces, I don't speak Spanish. Fidel Castro promised, I will fill his arms with shit. Okay, so this chapter goes on to show that the entire thing, that whole 1980s, 81, flood of immigrants into the Miami area, that was actually called the Attila Plan. That was an actual operation. Okay, and it's well documented, even beyond this book. Okay, and if anyone ever saw one of my favorite movies, Scarface, the opening scene of Scarface shows they had them all under the overpass and everything like that, and they were pouring in. Well, what Castro did is he also inserted a lot of intel officers in there, a lot of paramilitaries in there. It was a beautiful op. And, Peter goes on to, he starts the book in the introduction with the fact that we've been warned by our enemies for years that immigration was coming our way as a weapon. They have literally told us, which is always the case. And he goes into that in the introduction. Okay, so I want to just get to that part too, because this is just insane. This book is just crazy good. Okay. The strategy itself of weaponizing migration has modern precedents. In 1974, Algerian president, Algeria, by the way, is one of the first countries that Cuba deployed troops to, Algerian President Houari Boumediene stood in front of the United Nations General Assembly in New York and threatened that migration would be weaponized to conquer the West. Quote, "One day, millions of men will leave the southern hemisphere of this planet to burst into the northern one," he declared, "but not as friends, because they will burst in to conquer. And they will conquer by populating it with their children. Victory will come to us from the wombs of our women." He's got a footnote. Now, as we will see, Mexican and other leaders are doing their best to take this strategy, to make the strategy a reality. In 1977, the first one was 74 from Algeria, the communist Chinese threatened President Jimmy Carter with mass exodus of millions. Carter was meeting with Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, pressing him on the communist government's human rights record. Okay, Deng said. So Jimmy's, kind of pressing him on the human rights record. Then Deng says, "Okay," he replied impatiently. "Well then, exactly how many Chinese would you like, Mr. President? 1 million, 10 million, 30 million? It was a not-so-veiled threat to deploy a migrant weapon. Carter certainly saw it as such. There's a footnote. As we will see, China currently has a subversive migration program directed against the United States that is unmatched in its sophistication. 1997, Malaysian Prime Minister Mohammed said, Dr. Mahathir Mohamad said, while he was attending a meeting at the Southern African International Dialogue, threatened that if the West did not give the developing world what they wanted, quote, "we would migrate north in the millions, legally or illegally. Masses of Asians and Africans should inundate Europe and America." So again, I could go on. 74, 77, 97. He's got a whole bunch of examples here. And guess what we're seeing? We're seeing our cities getting torn down by not really the migrants lately. It's actually the socialist groups like DSA and PSL and all these on behalf of these illegal aliens. Okay. So I wanted to read that for Stoop Dog. He's been great with the comments. Let's get back to the video. And thank you, by the way. And I'm going to share Stoop Dog's comments because these look pretty good. He lived, so Philigi wrote, "Is Phil the guy you met, Stoop Dog? Is that the same guy?" In 1975, he lived in exile in Havana. He died, I think, about 10 years ago. I'll have to read more about him. I'm curious about this person. I don't really know much about him. Yeah, so the water outages, it's I mean, you can literally look up, like, there's so many sources that were just so many reports from legacy and actual government sources prior to 2026 that talk about the horrible infrastructure. Okay, even though they have all this money pouring in, why is the infrastructure literally like the same one they had like for 50 years? Like, rolling blackouts are nothing new in Cuba. Nothing new. That's why I'm laughing when I see the legacy media saying, "Oh my God, Trump's a monster. They're having blackouts." They've always had blackouts because the infrastructure is crap. I think, honestly, it's disgusting what that regime is doing to their people. All right, so let's keep going.
Happened over the weekend. The White House admitted the Chinese
this is back to 2022, I believe.
spy base that they denied existing in Cuba is real and a real threat to America's national security. Here's the before and after from John Kirby at the White House podium.
Look, I've seen that press report. It's not accurate. What I can tell you is that we have been concerned since day one.
We were as forthcoming as we should have been at the time the first stories appeared.
Oh my God.
This White House keeps taking it on the chin from China. Today's headline wasn't any better. Just in, U.S. cybersecurity officials warns the Chinese hackers are prepared to disrupt critical infrastructure in the event that there was some kind of conflict with China. Remember, a week ago tonight, we started the show with a warning. First tonight, this is how wars start. They start because of a lack of respect. Around the world, it is clear our enemies do not respect America. More specifically, they do not fear President Biden. And then almost every day last week, new headlines underscored this dangerous dynamic. The Saudis continue to bully President Biden, have no fear of an American response. Clearly, the Chinese don't either. Florida Congressman Michael Waltz is here, first Green Beret elected to Congress. I can't help but think, as we think about this, that the Chinese spy base in Cuba in and of itself is not that big of a deal in the sense that you'd expect them to have spy bases. To me, it's a larger compilation of our enemies don't fear us and our allies don't trust us anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think part of the wishy-washiness or even, outright lies from the administration over this base is because Secretary Blinken is going over next week. The administration is desperate not to interfere with that trip. They were already frustrated they had to cancel it because of, a spy balloon violating our sovereignty and spying on our most sensitive bases last time. So they didn't want anyone to step on that trip. And really what's driving that is this underlying belief in this administration that if only we can reestablish diplomacy, if only we can get our adversaries to the table and be kind enough, be gentle enough, and make enough concessions, that they'll return the favor in kind. And you and I, Leland, both know, having served around the world, that our enemies, when they smell weakness, they're going to push even harder and further until they steal.
Yeah, no, look, weakness is provocative. I mean, it's just the way life is, you can't expect a tiger to change its stripes, which is what China is. I think that's what makes the timing of this story and some of these other leaks about China so interesting. You used to work in the White House. You worked for Dick Cheney. There's times when leaks are sanctioned because the administration wants something out there that they don't want to have their hands dirty with and their fingerprints on. But then there's the times that there's the unauthorized leaks, and that's what this seems to be. Listen to Admiral Kirby today talking about it.
Kirby.
Sadly, not everybody seems to take it as seriously as we do, because clearly there's a source or sources out there that think it's somehow beneficial to put this kind of information into the public stream. And it's absolutely not. And there's a limit even now to what we can say about our knowledge of these activities. And I can just tell you, as somebody who works with all of you on lots of different sensitive stories, I wasn't about, in any way, shape, or form, to violate operational security by talking in any more detail, either before the first story or after the first story.
He's so full of it.
Whatever that word salad means. But at the same time, you talk about Antony Blinken going overseas and the administration not wanting to mess that trip up. How much do we read into this leak as somebody inside the intelligence community trying to wave the flag and say, look at all the bad things China is doing, look at the appeasement, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it?
Yeah, look, Leland, I can tell you the old adage in D.C. is true. Whenever you see a White House complaining about leaks, that's because it didn't come from them. and because they didn't control and they got a narrative out there that they didn't want out in the public space.
Thanks for watching.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
so
China is
you
in
got
talks
that.
to build a joint military facility in Cuba.
And
This
just
is according
anyone
to
who's
the
new
Wall
to
Street
anything
Journal.
China,
China.
we won't go through this. They have some better detail, but India and China, not buddies. They trade, they have some treaties, but yeah, definitely not. But Wyon's okay. I mean, I look at news like this. They cover certain stories really well. They're full of it on other stories. Okay. India's big on climate change. I don't agree with them. But when it comes to China, because they hate each other, they tend to be, if not embellished, definitely more accurate than Western media. But I'm actually looking something up. I'm going to keep this rolling for you guys. Let me see if I have any new. Stoop Dog, he's talking about the book that he put up earlier. That book led to the law that made it illegal to out CIA agents. I believe George Herbert Walker Bush was CIA. He was at the time, ironically, Schooner, I think it was Schooner, and Cheney later outed Valerie Plame. Interesting enough, I haven't really looked into the Valerie Plame thing. My wife actually was friends with Valerie Plame, so I'll have to talk to her about that, or maybe I could get her on the show to mention that. But no, she knows Valerie Plame. Personally, I think here's the thing. I mean, it's not that hard to spot a CIA agent, and they're not agents; they're called case officers. I don't even know if she was a case officer, but the point is, it's not that hard to spot them. You want to find some CIA case officers, especially the new ones, because they're stupid. Go to Whitlow's on Wilson off of Fairfax Boulevard in Northern Virginia and Arlington. Or you could go to Jay Gilbert's, the steakhouse right on Route 123 any night of the week, and you'll get half the staff there. So I'm just saying they're not exactly, it's not like the movies. These guys are just not, I'm not saying they're not smart, but look, you got a lot of young people. They're not chosen for what you'd think they were chosen for to get that job. And by the way, you could see like the job listings for the CIA on like Simply Hired or, any job posting site. It's not like the movies where they come up and sidle up to you and circle the CIA and Garcia, like in that idiotic movie, The Recruit. But these guys are dying to tell you, these guys and girls, especially when they come out of their initial training, they're having their big dinner, they're dying to tell you they're CIA. It is one of the worst security issues, I think, in our government is not enforcing non-disclosure. Like, they're dying to tell you. You got a 25-year-old who, got their BA, whatever, from Georgetown or whatever, or someone just got out of the military. I went into that world after the military, but so I had some operational sense. But when you have young people and then all of a sudden they're working for the CIA, right? I'm not saying Valerie Plame was this, but her husband, he's like an ambassador, right? It's obvious. Okay, like what's your wife do for work? So, and if she's not showing up in a certain database with clearance, she must be in the other one. So the point is, I don't want to go too far down the road, but I lived in that area for so long, and especially Northern Virginia, and I can tell you the biggest problem the intel community has is people don't know how to shut up. Like they get, and I'm only talking headquarters folks. And remember, with the CIA, there's two different worlds. Okay, just like with anything, like the FBI, anything like this, you got your headquarters weenies, who no one likes, but that's the majority of the workforce. Okay, then you have your field people. Your field people want nothing to do with headquarters. They're out at their base or their station. They hate it when they have to go back to headquarters. Okay. The people that have it the luckiest are the Knox or the non-official covers because they're not allowed to go to headquarters. Headquarters sucks. I'm just not saying I work there. I'm just saying, so I've heard. But the point is, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like the Pentagon. Like, there's always a target on your back. It's always political. You piss off the wrong person, or your boss likes you and you don't like her back. I mean, these are believe it or not, these are the things that like are plaguing at least that intelligence agency, and probably most of them. So I don't even know where I'm going with that, but like, it just, so I've heard. Anyways, let's keep going. I just have to look something up while we're going.
And Cuba are negotiating to establish a new joint military training facility on the island.
I'm still here. I'm shutting off my
Sparking
camera.
an alarm in the United States of America over the prospects of stationing Chinese troops and other security operations, that too just 100 miles off Florida's coast. According to the reports, the discussions for the facility are at an advanced stage but have not concluded yet. Reports also reveal that Joe Biden's administration contacted the Cuban officials in trying to stop the deal. Washington said last month that it had made its concerns known to Cuba about hosting Chinese spy operations. According to the sources, the proposed Cuban base is a part of China's Project 141, which is a plan to build a global network of military bases and logistical support. White House earlier said that Beijing has had intelligence relations with Havana for quite some time and has also accused Beijing of running electronic spy bases in Cuba. Now, the latest reports of a Chinese training facility in Cuba comes after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's two-day diplomatic visit to Beijing, where he met with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. However, the two sides failed to establish military hotlines sought by the U.S. side. Blinken said that China is not ready to resume direct...
I just want to point out the body language here. Look at the Blinken contingent. First of all of his little ducklings have mimicked his kind of girlish haircut. He's just so weak. And in China, they have something called wolf warrior diplomacy. Okay? And they will test you to see what kind of spine you have. Now, as you may recall, Blinken first met with the Chinese up in Alaska, and they called us racist, they called us everything, and his only response was something like, I just want to say for the record, that is against the rules of these negotiations, and you shouldn't say that. These people were so weak, and this asshole has, I can kind of like use bad words. If you're offended, let me know, and I won't, but, after 10 o'clock, kids should be asleep anyways. But it's just this kind of, and the Chinese pay attention to everything. Everything's a test. I've gone up against them, not only in government work, but also in competitive intel work, where they're very, very active. There is really no line between Chinese government and Chinese civilian population. As a matter of fact, they have a national security law that says every tourist, every resident, every civilian in China, when they come back from any trip abroad, they have to give all their photos, all their contacts, they get a full debriefing. So by law, every Chinese citizen is a spy for the Chinese government. I'm not saying I have a lot of Chinese friends, but that is a fact. Okay. They test everything. Okay. And if you see the shape of these people, the pastiness, the weakness of them, and look at where Xi Jinping has them. He has them kind of over there at the kids' table. Whereas, Pompeo, who I'm not a big fan of, but he at least had a show of strength. And physical strength and your stature and how you face someone, how you meet them in the eye, how you shake their hand. The Chinese, the Russians, all the people that I've interacted with in these, not at that level, but in the capacity of operations, they're looking at everything you do to see if you're weak. Russians, they have this little trick where you get drunk with them. But if you show that you're drunk, they see you as weak. Okay. They also have this really bad habit of like a tradition, like if you don't get up from the table before the next open bottle of vodka hits the table, you got to stay till that bottle's drained too. So keep that in mind.
Military to military contacts, something the U.S. considers crucial and essential to avoid miscalculation and conflict, especially over Taiwan. Now, there are a slew of sticking points and issues of contention between the U.S. and China. And the latest to join the list are reports of China building a new military training facility in Cuba.
And then our options will be limited.
We believe that they
Okay, so I'm going to skip past this part because this one's kind of long.
Leaves room for a lot of.
Cuba certainly
Here we
is
go, this one's
disturbing
good.
dealing with.
So deal. They're with Russia trying to influence the Ukraine fight. They're now in the Caribbean.
Now, as you say, that there's, plans for a military training, a joint military training facility of some kind on Cuba. And so these are likely two different conversations or one and the same. It's very hard. The intelligence that's come in on any of this, I think there's kind of essentially a paucity of intelligence. So that leaves room for a lot of interpretation by different U.S. agencies about what it means and how far it could go. But what we're reporting is, the possibility of a deal that could put Chinese members of PLA 100 miles away from the Florida coast.
I just want to point out, too, that intelligence work is very influenced by the White House in this way. The people in the field, they have their IRs or their PIRs, which are intelligence requirements, priority intelligence requirements. These are directives on what you're supposed to be collecting. That always moves along. Where the disconnect comes between all the agencies and the decision makers is what the president sees. So for those of you that think like everyone at, we'll focus on the CIA for this one, that everyone at the CIA is willfully going along with the administration's illegal or misguided objectives. That's not true. They're doing their jobs. The underlings, the middle management are doing their jobs because those jobs are almost set in stone. Like there's so much money invested in getting people in country, having desk officer team back at Langley, processing that intelligence, moving those cables along, summarizing that raw intelligence for fusion into larger all-source reports. They're not making a decision at the analyst level or the collector level to say, I don't like this country, so I'm not going to do it. I'm sure it happens, but it's very rare. The disconnect comes when you come out with this great intelligence and it never makes it to the president's desk, or it never makes it, to if you're in the DIA, like the Pentagon's decision maker desk. And so that's when you used to hear Trump back in his first term saying, I don't trust them, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't, because he's talking about headquarters. He's not talking about the entire intelligence community. And it's always the people on the ground. It's always the FBI field agents, the collectors, the station chiefs, the base chiefs, and the CIA. They're doing their job. They're collecting on the bad guys. It's just some decision maker is deciding what will and what will not go into the PDB, which is the president's daily brief. That is the disconnect. And if I were the Trump administration, I would find a way to overhaul the IC, the intelligence community, immediately. So you have people, at least at middle management from each division of an agency, being present at these daily briefs, because there's things the presidents are not seeing, that some decision maker who handles the intelligence that comes to the president's desk is deciding is going in or staying out. So just keep that in mind.
The Chinese are playing a game of Go, which is a 2,500-year-old board game where the objective is to surround more territory than your opponent. And so what you see playing out now is the Chinese doing that. They've been in the Middle East, right, with Iran and Saudi Arabia trying to broker a deal. They're with Russia trying to influence the Ukraine fight. They're now in the Caribbean in a overt way. They've been in Central America trying to do bases. And so what you see is them just trying to surround us all the way around. And similar to the balloons, it's just another way of exercising their power.
This is another indication of how comprehensive and aggressive China's threat is to the security of the United States and our vital interests around the world. We haven't faced a threat like this, Neil, since the end of World War II. I mean, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. Back in 2019, they had one listening post there, and they expanded it to 4. I'm thinking, Neil, I mean, our government can't tell us too much, but we have a Navy base there, and I got to believe that we're putting some capability in there to mitigate those listening posts. We have eye-watering listening post capability ourselves, and I think we know how to mitigate what the Chinese believe they're going to get from that. Putting some troops into Cuba certainly is disturbing. I think it's more about poking us in the eye and intimidating us. It doesn't have any consequential military value that I could see.
Just like the spy.
The Chinese government has denied it has plans to place troops on America's doorstep.
I am not aware of the situation you have mentioned. We hope that the parties concerned will put more effort into enhancing mutual trust.
The US-Cuba relationship has a complicated history. After the failed US attempt to overthrow the Castro regime in Cuba with the Bay of Pigs invasion, tensions quickly escalated between the two neighbours. In 1962, the Soviet Union reached an agreement to place Soviet...
Time out. Do you guys see that sign? Just keep that in mind. Hands off Cuba. Go to the DSA website, go to the anti-ICE things, see these big rallies. You're going to see that hands off Venezuela, hands off Cuba. This is old Marxist stuff, okay? And it's still alive and well today. Autumn, welcome. Just want to say a quick hello, everyone. Great follow right there, Autumn Smith. Autumn, if you want to throw your X up there, that'd be great. She is, actually, Autumn, I need to give you a call because I might want to ask you about becoming a researcher for the show to help me out when I'm live. We could talk about that offline. She's fantastic. So, yeah, not only, and she says you already have the local and state government officials that are fifth column CCP. Yeah, I mean, they're in there, not all of them. But you also have basically the United Front right here on the ground. That is a branch that Xi Jinping resurrected from the Mao era. That is part of the, their real mission is to be abroad, to keep an eye on dissidents or college students, but they exist, okay? And they help facilitate something called Operation Fox Hunt, which is the Chinese operation ongoing in this country. We've shut a lot of it down, ongoing since probably 2003, if not earlier, where the Chinese are actually in our country abducting people they see as, wanted for fraud in China, even if they're naturalized citizens, dissidents, people here on visas, and kidnapping them off American soil and bringing them back to China to face trial. And I'll put it up in the link so you believe me. This is not a conspiracy theory. It was on the cover of the New York Times, where you had Obama back in the day over at the Poynter Institute, meeting with Xi Jinping, saying, hey, Xi, I don't really like that Operation Fox Hunt. That's got to stop. And Xi's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And it kept going. They busted the last Operation Fox Hunt people in 2024. So, yeah, you're right. They're all over the place. And back in my old show, Autumn, we, JJ Carroll and I, JJ was a longtime veteran, great guy of the Border Patrol. Okay. And he wrote a really good book called Invaded. I highly recommend it. And JJ is a good dude. But, when we were doing our show, he has lots of sources, I have sources, and we estimated at least 90 active PLA people coming through the border. And keep in mind, it is rumored around the DC circles that the reason why Donald Trump shut down the Austin embassy back in his first term, that's where they were coordinating a lot of the BLM riots with active duty PLA soldiers in their influence division. Okay. And if you look at Liberation Road, which is the logistics wing of Black Lives Matter, the founder of that is a avowed Marxist who used to work at the Chinese embassy in San Francisco. You kind of see the mosaic here. When you take a step back and you don't just look at Cuba, you look at the whole world, this should start making sense to you if it hasn't already. Autumn, awesome to see it. There's Autumn's X. She is a great follow. I cannot recommend her enough. She's fantastic. And yes, she's right. The social credit score extends overseas. That is the Chinese. They combine your finance, your regular credit score with whatever social metrics they have. Like, for instance, if you have a high social credit score, you have like high social credit. If you want to bring that down really quickly, try renting or try Googling to rent 7 years in Tibet. That's a good way to lose 30 points. Okay, that's another show, but that's a good point. So, wait, whoa. Okay, call me tomorrow. We got to talk about this. Or you could post a link or something. Yeah, I got to hear more about this. And I'm sure you got your receipts. Interesting. People's Republic China's who? Yep. Okay. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Okay. All right, let's keep going. I'm just going to press through.
Nuclear missiles in Cuba. The now famous images of several missile sites began the onset of the Cuban Missile Crisis.
This urgent transformation of Cuba into an important strategic base by the presence of these large, long-range, and clearly offensive weapons of sudden mass destruction constitutes an explicit threat to the peace and security of all the Americas.
The Cuban Missile Crisis quickly became one of the tensest periods of the Cold War.
But the greatest danger of all would be to do nothing. The path we have chosen for the present is full of hazards, as all paths are. But it is the one most consistent with our character and courage as a nation and our commitments around the world. The cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. And one path we shall never choose, and that is the path of surrender or submission. Our goal is not the victory of might, but the vindication of right. Not peace at the expense of freedom, but both peace and freedom here in this hemisphere, and we hope around the world. God willing, that goal will be achieved.
Reports of an increased presence from China in Cuba are a stark reminder of the tense relationship the two countries have.
In many respects, it's less the intelligence than the symbology. If we remember back to the 1960s, the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? The Russians came into Cuba and they gradually built up to the point where they put missiles that could hit the United States there. And so what the Chinese are doing is taking steps in to see whether they can be tolerated there. In many ways, right, trying to get a foothold in the door, and then, right, it's the training base is next. And once you have a training base, right, well, are they bringing weapons? What are they bringing in? And now all of a sudden, it's not that you have intelligence, 90 miles from Florida. It's that you have Chinese weapons and systems, Chinese aircraft, perhaps, Chinese aircraft carriers now transiting between the United States and Cuba. So that's what they're trying to do. But it's a very dangerous game for both the Cubans and the Chinese, right?
Countries know every penny the Biden crime family has taken in. The countries know. Ukraine knows. China knows. They all know. The many countries.
2023 at a
so he can't
convention.
even or ever go against them. He can't go against them because they'll reveal the corruption. Because they know exactly. They'll say, well, we sent the check here. We sent the check there. We sent. So he has to be very nice to China. Has to be very nice to Ukraine. And a huge success will be when the New York Times and the Washington Post and others put it on their front page, what's really happening here. Because this is truly 100 times bigger than Watergate. This is a much bigger story than Watergate. That's why Biden doesn't mind that China has opened up these military installations and in the process of building a tremendous amount in Cuba. It's only 90 miles off our coast. He's basically said it's okay. He's not doing anything. He's not even saying anything. He's not talking about it.
Journal reported that Beijing is in conversations with Cuba to establish a Chinese military training facility on the island. Blinken confirmed the report Tuesday at a joint news conference in London.
Yes, I made very clear that we would have deep concerns about PRC intelligence or military activities in Cuba. This is something we're going to be monitoring very, very closely, and we've been very clear about that, and we will protect our homeland. We will protect our interests.
Earlier this month, Blinken confirmed that China has been operating an intelligence collecting base in Cuba since at least 2019. Deputy spokesperson Vedant Patel reaffirmed this Wednesday.
We continue to be concerned about the PRC's longstanding activities with Cuba. And the PRC will keep trying to enhance its presence in Cuba, and we will keep working to disrupt it.
A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said she was not aware of any such negotiations between China and Cuba. She added that Beijing hopes the relevant parties can focus more on activities that enhance trust and develop regional peace and
Yeah, I
stability.
bet she does.
One analyst told VOA that China's actions in Cuba, so close to the U.S. mainland, reflect its increased parity with the United States on the world stage.
It would be a step forward if they're actually going to be actively involved in military training as opposed to just in intelligence cooperation and collection. But that too, I would see as potentially, it might be a Chinese response to reports that the U.S. had upgraded its military training program in Taiwan.
That's so soft. Okay, so let me pause this really quickly. I just want to point out, did you see the Chinese embassy over there in Cuba? They never lose power. Okay, so if you want to know what the Chinese investment in the Cuban infrastructure is and why, with billions of dollars, I got the figures right here somewhere, every year still, the Cuban people still have rolling blackouts long before Donald Trump's blockade. Okay, always have. They just don't invest in their own country. They invest mainly in the government. Okay, like 75% of government spending in Cuba goes into government service jobs. So it's like a zombie economy. But they also invest in literally foreign wars. Okay, so I said earlier I'd say what I thought Cuba's chief export is or was. That's mercenaries. Okay, they had 7,000 troops sent to fight against the Ukrainians at the behest of Russia, and then Russia gives them money. They've had their whole history, Angola, Congo, Algeria. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, Fidel Castro said it himself at the 1966 TTT conference that, you know, Cuba will bring the revolution to the world. And that's what they do. If you look on the streets of Venezuela right after Maduro was plucked in his silk pajamas by our awesome special forces, who was on the streets? Who was on the streets putting down those pro-USA protests and putting down all unrest? It was the Black Wasps, the Cuban, a subset of the Cuban special forces in Venezuela. Did you know, fun fact, that in 1987, Maduro actually moved to Cuba and was living there for like 10 years, okay? Cuba and Venezuela are not just partners. They're like Siamese twins, guys. Okay, and they always have been for a long time. And you might wonder, okay, well, the poor people, they lost all that oil when, you know, Trump took out Venezuela because they were getting 47,000 barrels a day. They lost that. I think now they're down to like 3,000 barrels a day that they can produce in Cuba. But the point is, if you do the math on what they need to run their country, they have a surplus of about 50 to 100,000 barrels a day at their high point. I think 200,000 barrels a day at their high point if you count Algeria, Russia, and Venezuela and Mexico. They were selling, what they were doing is they were taking that surplus oil instead of stockpiling it for a rainy day like they're having now, and they were selling it on the black market to various entities and countries illegally to violate sanctions and for cash, obviously. But with 90% of the country allegedly malnourished, according to, you know, people's anecdotal accounts who just left there, where's that money going? Okay, so where's that money going? So again, the point of the show, for those that just tuned in this late, I love the late nights. My audience actually goes up the darker it gets. But when you look at the humanitarian thing right now that's happening, and again, I don't shill for any president. Okay, I'll attack them, but I won't shill for them. I won't shill for Donald Trump, even though I voted for him and I'm a strong supporter. If he does something wrong, I'll say it. Okay, but the thing is, this regime has to go. Okay, and every single president except for Obama and Biden have taken measures to try to take out this government. Okay, it's too close, it's too radical, and it does support terrorism around the world. It's literally their chief export. Okay, the first place they ever sent troops, I believe, was I think Angola or Algeria. I always get them confused. Like 686 troops. Yeah, that was their first one. Cuban troops. They send them everywhere. So that's not only a risk to world peace if you could ever achieve it. I don't think you can as long as there's human beings on Earth. But that's always going to stir things up because Cuba's not sending those troops, those well-trained troops, Cuban men, to these conflict areas for free. You see what I mean? And the current president got caught sending these troops to Ukraine. And then they spun it as, I'll pull up the story, they spun it as, oh, the president of Cuba and the intelligence forces uncovered a human smuggling ring that was sending well-trained men to go fight for Russia. We've shut that down. Really? I mean, and I'll put that story up. It's ridiculous. But what I'm showing here, okay, is this is October 2025. Okay. Cuba is not just interested in being our good neighbor and having sanctions. Look, if there's criteria they have to meet to get sanctions lifted, they just never meet them. They got them lifted under Obama and Biden because Obama's a communist, okay, and he's doing the bidding of other communists. They got them lifted under Biden, and weirdly, they didn't get them lifted under Biden, the sanctions, until literally right before he left office. And I think he waited so long because he didn't want Cuban refugees streaming in and voting for Donald Trump, which they traditionally do. And if you remember, I think it was in 2022, they put these weird restrictions on Cuban refugees, but not on Mexican refugees. They put some on Venezuelans, but they didn't really enforce them. But it was really tough for Cuban refugees to come into this country when the borders were kind of wide open. Okay. And if you look at the charts, I think there was like at its high point, I think overall it's like 213,000 Cubans in like the last 5 years, which in the grand scheme of how many we saw come through, anywhere between 11, 27 million in 4 years, that's very small. Okay. You might say, well, they're an island. Well, we had a ton of Haitians come in. Hell, we had a ton of Somalis come in. So I think Biden didn't lift those sanctions because he just probably was helping the Cuban government not lose more people for whatever reason that they probably make indentured mercenaries. But he also didn't want a big block of people that traditionally, once they get here and escape from the change of an oppressive communist regime like Cuba currently has, they come here, they vote for Donald Trump. Why? They're not going to vote for the Democrats because they are communists. They're not going to leave the frying pan to jump into the fire. Of course they're going to vote for the populist nationalist candidate. And I think that's why Biden didn't lift those sanctions until he had to.
He said that he is seeking opportunities to work together in electricity, biotechnology, and mining. Moving on, Raisi said that the conditions and circumstances between Iran and Cuba have many things in common. He also said the officials of both the countries signed administrative pacts to boost cooperation between both the nations. Raisi has also called his visit to Latin America a turning point in ties between both the relations. Let's now tell you about China-Cuba ties. According to a Wall Street Journal report, China and Cuba have agreed to establish a Chinese intelligence base in Cuba. Reports further suggest that the base is situated around 100 miles from Florida. Now, and the base will be used to intercept emails, phone calls,
by then it's already there.
But Now, the Wall Street Journal report also says that China has agreed to pay Cuba several $1 billion to build the station that we've been talking about on Newspoint this morning. Lastly, let's move on to Russia-Cuba ties. Now, during his meet with the Cuban Prime Minister, Russian President Vladimir Putin has pledged economic assistance to Cuba. Now, Putin has said that Moscow will help Havana overcome economic woes caused by the U.S. embargo. And Putin further said that Russia and Cuban relations have stood the test of time. Lastly, Cuba has announced reopening of ties between Moscow and the seaside flight resort of Varadero. Now, for more on this, we are now being joined by Sergei Sumleny, who is the director of European Resilience Initiative Center and is joining us live from Berlin. Thank you so much for joining us, Beyond, sir.
Before Sergei talks, I do want to talk about, we do have sponsors for this show, and my producer was telling me about this one today. This is really cool. I haven't gotten this yet, but this is a new sponsor, and I definitely want to check it out. So if you see on the scroller there, that is the website, and this sounds really interesting. As soon as my script opens up here, no, what's up with that? Okay, damn it. It just opened when I shut it off. Okay. So let me, I am reading a script to you, but once I read this, we'll have to discuss it. Oxford Club, it's called the Oxford Club, Washington's two-tier system. Let me ask you something. Have you ever noticed how Washington seems to play by one set of rules and everyday Americans are stuck with another? Of course. Because for decades, there's been a two-tiered financial system in this country. The political class and their donors get access to the best opportunities for sure. Private deals, special investments, insider advantages, I'm glad they said it. And regular Americans, they're told to stick with the same tired retirement options, earn next to nothing, and hope inflation doesn't wipe them out, which it is in most cases. That wasn't an accident, that was policy. But here's what's changed. Under President Trump, that financial system, that system finally got challenged. With Executive Order 14330, Trump opened the door for everyday Americans to access investment opportunities that were previously reserved for the wealthy and the well-connected, especially inside retirement accounts. No lobbyists, no special conditions, just the same rules for everyone. And that matters right now because America is in the middle of a massive AI and infrastructure build-out, one that Trump has made a national priority. No speculation, no hype, real infrastructure, that is true. Real capital, real money moving. That's one AI. There's one AI-linked income opportunity that I've been following that's positioned to benefit directly from this shift without forcing you to guess which tech stock wins. If you want to see how it works, why this policy change matters, learn more at oxfordplan.com, because for the first time in a long time, Washington didn't just talk about helping the middle class. It actually moved the rules in their favor. Discover Washington's two-tiered system at Oxford Plan. Again, that is oxfordplan.com. Let's all check that out and tell me what you think. Okay, and I will tell you what I think, but I did the due diligence on the company. They are solid. There's a lot of free information on there, so yeah, definitely check it out. Now, when you check it out, because in this respect, my wife is the boss, make sure you say you heard about it from Ryan O'Shea on Investigate Everything, because, you know, a little healthy competition here at Daily Cloud is never a bad thing. All right, so by the way, the reason I keep playing Indian American, because I like getting different perspectives.
Thank you for having invited me today.
Right. Now, Mr. Somleny, Iran, Russia, and China, like we just mentioned, have been cozying up with Cuba. While Putin says that the relations with Cuba have stood the test of time, Raisi has reaffirmed to boost ties with Havana. How concerning is all of this for the United States of America?
Well, there is like a part of like a longer strategy of so-called like of big players like Russia and China to make troubles for the U.S. on their backyard, like in Latin America. We observed this development like since years, and now Iran is obviously joined the same strategy. Like, just look what was the root of the visit. Like, there was a visit to Venezuela earlier, and now it's Cuba. It is actually the same route which Russia did all the time. Like, when Vladimir Putin and his oil companies, they tried to create ties with Venezuela and help in Venezuela to evade U.S.-American sanctions on Venezuelan oil, or, for example, to help Cuba to survive the sanctions. So now Iran is doing the same. So it is obviously Iran is joining this club of countries which are trying to undermine, or not to undermine, of course, like they're too weak for that, America, but to cause America some troubles.
Right. Now, White House has also accused China of operating an intelligence unit in Cuba for years. And apparently, according to the reports, China is also funding the base. What is your take on this?
Well, that is nothing nothing surprising. Like China, we know all the story with all the spying balloons which were set over the U.S. by China. We know all this problem, and of course, like for China, they use like any opportunity to go step by step, to take bit by bit something, or to achieve more influence. And installing like having Cuba as their ally is actually an invitation to install some sort of espionage devices, because like Cuba is just, as you said, 150 kilometers from the U.S. coast. You can.
Sorry, guys, this is bad editing. Disregard the 2018.
It's not only Cuba. They're doing it also in other countries. They're using any country which is dependent on them as a platform for increasing their military influence.
Last question to you. Talk to us about the Yankee imperialism which Raisi has been mentioning.
Well, that is a typical rhetoric. There is a big prejudice against the U.S. among countries in Latin America. It is also based on history. Like, the U.S. has not always supported the most progressive, so to say, regimes in the region, and there is a lot of prejudice against the U.S. there. We can observe it like in the position of Brazilian President Lula, for example, who is fiercely critical towards the U.S. And China exploits it. Like China, Russia, Iran, they all exploit it. They say, we're good guys, the U.S. is bad guy, we're helping real countries to fight like anti-imperialist war. Although it is Iran now which supports Russia in its genocidal war against Ukraine. So they're actually killing people like civilians in Ukraine. But towards Latin America, they say, look, we can side you, we can support you against the U.S. because you had bad experience with the U.S. So that is they're doing. They're playing this role of like good progressive guys, as though of course they're not.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us in Beyond, Mr. Sumleni. We'll, of course, be tracking this very closely here. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Over a half century, Cuba and the Castros have gone hand in hand. Often clad in green military fatigues, Fidel ruled the island nation as a dictator, squashing dissent.
Sorry,
and
it's
confronting
redundant,
a superpower
but
just
you
90
know, for those
miles
tuning
away
in
in
just
America.
now, because I'm getting more.
Now, in a historic power shift, a new face is assuming power in Cuba. His name is Miguel Díaz-Canel, and he's...
Oh, yeah. So we're going into who the current president is, because I think a lot of people aren't aware of who he is. The legacy media is claiming he's not part of the Castros. He's the revisionist and all this stuff. Just listen. I mean, Raul Castro, before he died, he maintained control as leader of the Cuban Communist Party, which means, unlike his brother, Fidel, this new guy it's the Communist Party of Cuba. They don't have elections. You get one guy, okay? And they're like, that's the guy. They supposedly vote internally, but okay, so.
He's been lurking in the background, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fidel and his brother Raul. And yet, all the while, he was slowly moving up the ranks, becoming the country's vice president in 2013. It's the first time a non-Castro will be president in more than 40 years.
This is 2019.
He takes over from Raul, who succeeded his older brother in 2008. It's also the first time that someone who wasn't part of the revolution takes the reins. Raul Castro had put in place rules that limit a president to 2 5-year terms. And he's lived up to that.
This is the New York Times, just so you know.
But Castro's not exactly disappearing. He will continue to head the Communist Party, arguably the most powerful political post in Cuba.
El sustituto de Fidel solo lo puede ser el Partido Comunista de Cuba.
So this is a slow changing of the guard, but it signals a huge shift in how Cuba will operate, politically and economically. Unlike the Castros, who established their legitimacy through the Communist Revolution, Díaz-Canel will have to cement his role by delivering on some much-needed reforms, including fixing the island's two-currency system. As it stands, there's both a national currency and another one pegged to the US dollar, effectively barring parts of the population from purchasing certain basic goods and from actively participating in the larger economy.
Cambio lo que esperamos todo. Por lo menos nosotros los jóvenes pasamos mucho trabajo porque hay muchas cosas que están muy caras todavía. A veces el trabajo no te da para llegar hasta allá.
Díaz-Canel also needs to cultivate more opportunities for the country's restive youth.
I hope that the line that Raul Castro established a few years ago can be steadily improving and more businesses, more licenses. That's what I hope.
Díaz-Canel is likely to maintain Cuba's ties with Russia and China as relations with the U.S. continue to sour. He has also said that he plans to expand access to the internet.
El Estado trabajará para que este recurso esté disponible, accesible y costeable para todos.
But on the question of human rights, like censorship, Cuba's tight grip is likely to take longer to loosen.
Hay todo un grupo avalancha de propuestas y proyectos con contenido subversivo que todos los días se
There's
están
an avalanche of
que digan que
proposals.
censuramos.
Let them say we censor. Everyone censors these
So
days.
just how did Díaz-Canel emerge in a country whose rulers have had an iron grip on power? He grew up 170 miles east of Havana in Santa Clara, where he worked as an engineering professor and a local Communist Party leader. From there, he went on to become the youngest ever member, at 43 years old, of the Politburo, the most powerful body within the Communist Party. He was appointed Minister of Higher Education in 2009 and was handpicked to be vice president in 2013. Experts say he rose by keeping a low profile and towing the country's line. And with Raul keeping close watch over his rule, any change will likely come slow.
You see the way that works? They still don't have
For
internet.
the first time in 6 decades, Cuba has a president whose name is not Castro. Today, Cuba's National Assembly confirmed the selection of Miguel Díaz-Canel as Cuba's new president. The 57-year-old Díaz-Canel replaces 86-year-old Raul Castro, but Castro will remain head of Cuba's Communist Party, which is designated by Cuba's constitution as the superior guiding force in the country. That means for the time being, Raul Castro will remain the most powerful person in Cuba.
He's younger than the Cuban Revolution. At 57, Cuba's new president is the first non-Castro leader in 60 years.
By the way, I love the way YN News talks about China. If you go back to some of my Twitter posts from early in the pandemic, like, I forgot her name, but she hates China. And every time she'd bring up Xi Jinping, it was like she was some angry ex-girlfriend talking about Xi Jinping. I thought it was hilarious, but it's some of the more accurate news you get about China comes from India. Rarely comes from the US. You guys should know, I know Autumn knows this, a lot of you probably do too. 2015, NBC signed a memorandum of understanding with Xinhua Newsnet, which is the public-facing part of the Chinese Ministry of Propaganda, Reuters, AFP, and also so NBC, AFP, and then AP, all to this day have memorandums of understanding with China's Ministry of Propaganda. Remember that, especially when you watch NBC. Okay, so watch any NBC coverage of anything China. They might as well be carrying pom-poms that are red and gold. Just side note.
He will also be the first one to not have lived the revolution from its inception. Nonetheless, He's a child of this revolution, born in 1960, 2 years after Fidel Castro and his bunch of barbudos, or bearded ones, marched on Havana and reclaimed the island for the Cuban people. So who is Miguel Mario Diaz-Canel Bermudez? He's an engineering graduate who then taught at his alma mater. He joined Cuba's Communist Youth League and started steadily climbing the ranks of the party since 2003. He served in various capacities in the Cuban government and as Cuba's first vice president since 2013. His confirmation today as the country's president is not only a day ahead of his birthday, but also on the anniversary of the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion, laden with history. That was the first attempt at overthrowing Fidel Castro by US-backed rebels. He may be a fan of wearing jeans, but that's as American as he'll get. Diaz-Canel is known for his harsh words for Cuba's dissidents and the United States. Crucially, he will remain under the watchful eye of Raul Castro. Mr. Castro will continue to serve as the head of Cuba's all-powerful Communist Party, but once sworn in, Diaz-Canel will also be tasked with pursuing reform. These were measures initiated by Raul Castro himself to open up Cuba's economy, to mend relations with the US.
Yeah, that went well.
Diaz-Canel will also inherit a youthful population hungry for change on the Caribbean island, one of the world's last outposts of communism since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Cuba watchers and domestic analysts say that he will favor continuity over change in the early days of his presidency. Let's go to beyond correspondent Giles Gibson, who's joining us from Havana. Hello, Giles. I'm sure there's a lot of excitement, this change of guard, many calling it the end of an era. Is this largely a symbolic change, though, because he's a hardliner who's expected to continue with the same policies?
Well, that's right. There's been a lot of symbolism, a lot of sort of process, a lot of ceremony going on here in the Cuban capital over the last few hours. We saw the National Assembly meeting here in the Cuban capital. They held a vote first thing in the morning, and there were no shocks, no surprises there. Miguel Diaz-Canel was confirmed as Cuba's next leader. We then saw a speech.
They don't have
Miguel
anyone they're running
Diaz-Canel,
against.
where he essentially extolled the virtues of the revolution, of the Cuban Communist Party, and really talked about continuity. And actually, I was looking at Granma, which is the Cuban Communist Party official newspaper, their official voice in the country, and one of the headlines was simply continuidad, continuity. So that's really the message that we're getting from the Cuban Communist Party
no
and the Cuban
change.
government here, that this is not so much a change, this is not so much a transition, but simply a flawless sort of transition into a new leader with the sort of main principles of the revolution still very much in place.
And Mr. Raul Castro, I believe, is still going to be very much in charge, though behind the scenes. What role is he expected to play?
So Raul Castro,
sorry guys, bad editing. Disregard that.
As head of the Cuban Communist Party, which is really, in terms of the most powerful jobs in this country, that's right up there with the president. So we also expect him to stay on as head of the very powerful military here in Cuba. So really, with Raul Castro staying on, the expectation is that he will stay on in those twin roles. Many Cubans that we've been speaking to here have been saying, again, that this is not so much of a change, that the Castro family will still be holding on to the reins of power, even though they've given that title of president to someone outside of the Castro family for the first time in around 60 years.
What do the people of Cuba say, the younger generation that, as we said in our report, is hungry for change? What does this revolution mean to them? We, sitting far away, have read stories of the revolution. It's almost romantic, the historic aspect. But what does it mean for the people of Cuba today?
Well, it depends who you speak to. Cubans are very, very cautious about speaking to foreigners, about speaking to the international press. We've been talking to Cubans for the last several weeks, really, during our reporting, and a few are courageous enough, are brave enough to say that they want real change from Miguel Diaz-Canel. They don't just want the same sort of economic situation, for example, to continue. They want things like internet access, like the economy, like the private sector to really be opened up. But other Cubans who you speak to, normally much older Cubans who remember Fidel Castro, they remember the days of the revolution in the 1960s and the 1970s, they will tell you that they still want this revolution to continue. They want the Cuban Communist Party and the Castro family very much to remain in charge. One woman who I spoke to, I said, there's going to be a change of president here this week, and she said, no, I want Raul Castro to stay on. So that's a reflection of
He's talking about the
some of Cuban
older,
society, although there are
like
younger
baby
voices
boomer
calling for much
age and
more change.
older.
Cuba. A lot of people don't remember what
Okay,
happened in South
so
Florida when, you know.
let me stop it right there. Do some comments really quickly. Don't worry, guys. We're almost done. I'm just ready. By the way, Stoop and anti-corruption's comments about Biden are hilarious. Boomers are still okay. Can someone tell me? Yeah, yeah. No, you missed it earlier. We talked about it. He definitely looks like him, right? I see this, Stoop. Not something I'm willing to dive into unless I could get a client that funds it. However, if you guys put something together, I'm happy to pick up the ball if you could get it down the field for me. That's normally how I go. Like, collect as much as you can. And by the way, if you start any investigation, and just so people that don't know me know, this is what I've done since I was 18. Intelligence, investigations, competitive intelligence, everything intelligence collection, and analysis. I was trained by multiple agencies, NSCOM, you name it. You always start with a question. What question are you trying to answer? Okay, that's where you start. In the intelligence community, they call those IRs or PIRs, intelligence requirements or priority intelligence requirements. In competitive intelligence, we call those KITs or KICs, key intelligence topics, tier 4 solutions for the 2019 EPA requirements for off-highway equipment. And then a KIC is key intelligence questions. Those are the questions that try to fill in the blanks of that topic. So always start with a question. You'll never go wrong. And then always start with the facts, collect a bunch of facts. Don't analyze everything you collect, just collect. Then sort into types of sources, primary, secondary, that sort of thing. Then stack them in date time group, and then start reading, and you will see theories come to light. That's how you do an investigation. None of this Candace Owens crap where she's decided that it was the Mossad, Egyptian Airlines, time traveler coalition all trying to kill Charlie Kirk, and goes out looking for stuff to support that. No, you get all the facts around a case. That's how you do murder investigations too, and then you just sort them and you read them, and the theories, fact-based theories, will come to light. And then the final part is try to identify 3 theories that pop into your head after you've done all that. And your job then is to try to eliminate, not support, eliminate each one. The one you can't eliminate is most likely what happened. It's a tried and true method of solving cases since prior to Pinkerton. So that's my advice. So if you're interested in that, I can't say that I'm going to look into that simply because that's a big one. That's huge. I don't have the capacity. But if you and some of the other people in the audience do the work, I'll jump in when you get the ball about halfway down the field. So if that interests you, shoot me an email. And definitely an interesting topic. That's a lot of money. I don't know where that money would have gone. That's a little frightening, actually. If it's really, are you sure it's 23 trillion though? I don't think there's that much money in the world, if I'm not correct, but I get what you're saying. It's a lot of money. I've heard of these stories of money disappearing, especially like in Iraq and stuff like that, and the Pentagon. So yeah, it'd be interesting. And then his daddy's Castro, totally. I've been 72 hours of nothing but Cuba. That's why I've been off the map. And every time I see those old Castro like reels, I'm like, God looks a lot like Justin Trudeau, and he looks nothing like his snaggletooth British father or French father, whatever he was. So, all right, no longer tired. I'm getting tired. Long time audience member, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Can someone tell me how the New York Times is still in business? I mean, barely, but I mean, you could tell what keeps them in. But look, people in New York, especially the elites, I'm in New York right now. I'm in Brooklyn. We used to live in the West Village. I saw remember the Trump Inside Edition? Like, remember when Trump said the PU, the thing about grabbing female genitalia, and everyone thought in his first run, oh, that's it, Trump's finished. I was actually watching that at George Soros' daughter's house because friends of ours had borrowed their giant townhouse because theirs was getting renovated. Everywhere you go in these big houses, people have a copy of the New York Times. I don't know if it's virtue signaling or what, but which newspaper you carry in New York is a virtue signal of which way you vote. Carry the Post, you're probably conservative. Carry the Times, you're probably a Democrat. That's, and then subscriptions, like someone said earlier. Here we go. Stoop Dog, you said it. Boomers are still subscribed. Yeah, a lot of them are, but they're not doing well. Actually, the New York Post is doing really well. And there is one thing that a lot of people don't realize about newspapers. And my brother pointed this out to me about the Boston Herald versus the Boston Globe, because I have a place near Boston as well, so I'm there half the time. I said, why do you read the Herald? And he said, well, because it's easier to read on the train, because it's small. Carry with you. It's just 2 pages. Makes sense. I like the Post because I like the way they write. It's just, they get to the point, and I can't stand the New York Times. I used to like it, like back in 2003, 2002. Yeah, it's really a good newspaper. But after that, now it's just one big op-ed piece and makes you feel guilty by the time you're done reading it. But you could also see I think their Sunday edition keeps them afloat. I don't know. But there's so many full page ads in the Sunday edition. Who knows? And plus, I think they're part of a larger group too. So they might be shifting money around to keep that afloat. Because if they lose the New York Times, New York Post is what everyone's going to be reading. And they're not totally conservative, but they're not blindly left. They're more like center right, I think. More center, but center right. Not always. They're not doing deep dive investigations, except for, what is her name? The lady that wrote the Hunter Biden book. They've got some good journalists over there. New York Times, not so much. I have a bunch of children. So it's a better read. I like the Post. Too many sports, though. I'm not a big sports. I don't want to read about sports. I like watching them. That's the only thing I don't like about the Post is half the newspaper is sports. My son likes it, though. All right, no longer tired. Anti-corruption's replying to you. Same way Somali daycares are. New York Times is based on fraud and lies, probably. You're probably not wrong. Or maybe their digital editions, probably. Okay, so he says, plus Israel. What is plus Israel? Okay, don't. You think Israel is supported? Well, they could be, but I doubt it. I can't see Israel. That's good money after bad right there. I can't see them supporting the New York Times because New York Times is anti-Israel. Is it just me or did the feed go? You guys still there? Okay, no longer tired says it's just you. I was told Al Jazeera is Hamas. Al Jazeera English is actually BBC. Al Jazeera Arabic, probably not Hamas, but possibly I'm not going to talk about it, but let's put it this way. That story I told about a bunch of people dipping their hands into the same pot, it's kind of Al Jazeera Arabic. A lot of different countries fund that, even us. All right. Weird. I had to shut down the show and restart watching. No, that's not weird. Do you have another monitor hooked up? It could be anything. Your computer might just need to, I don't know. I have a crappy little laptop. I know in the sun I'm buying a new one tomorrow. Oh, no, this is my Mac. That's why the picture's so good. But I have this laptop that I bought as an emergency. It's terrible. It was like $700. And I found it the hard way. When you have extra screens, it really messes up your memory. Might want to just kind of do that defragmenting and all that old school stuff, or just just check your RAM or something. Yeah. So I've been extremely suspicious ever since WikiLeaks and Seth Rich's death. That's an interesting investigation. I don't know much about it, but I will look into it, and I hope you do too, and share it with me what you have. Don't forget, it's brian@dailyclout.io, or you can go to my X profile, which is on the screen, or it should be. All right. So it's @Brian O'Shea, SPI. Okay, before that, I was pretty gullible. Yeah, look, so in 2019, my wife got horribly attacked with the release of one of her books. She was first praised all over London, then got horribly attacked for a small mistake that they blew way out of proportion. And she wasn't completely wrong either. That's the thing. But it was an overwhelming, like, deluge of international attacks on her over a book about the history of dead gay people. And okay, I'm simplifying. It's more than that. There's a lot to it. It's called Outrageous. Really good book. But I got an early, to your point, no longer tired. I really got an early lesson. It was like boot camp before the pandemic on social media and how it's used. And one of my hacker buddies over in the Castro district in San Francisco, he looked at that case with her and he said, this looks like she's being used as a beta test. And when I looked at the person who broke the story about her, the person had no connection at all to any of the other people, big names that were just retweeting it and everything like that. Her book hadn't even been released in the United States. And I had these idiots online going, man, I read this book and I threw it across the room. It's full of lies. And I'm like, well, that's funny because it's not even in the US yet. The person who released it was Thymedicon. So and Edmund Hawkwriter, the only real person I could find with that name existed in like the 16th century. And when I looked at Thymedicon, it's kind of almost the same spelling as, I think it was Plato, that described a part of the brain as like Thymedicon or something, which meant the mindless part of the brain. So point being, I hear you. I was pretty gullible too. I kind of like openly defended her, and they attacked me like the monkeys attacked Tarzan in the cartoon. It was crazy. So I hear you. I feel you. Donna Brazil was scared shitless after Seth Rich's murder. I'll have to look into that. I don't know much about that, guys. Feel free to send me some links. That'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting to look into for everyone. I like those kind of cases. God rest his soul. Installed like a toilet. True. Talking about the Cuban president, like our last president. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, but Jesus. Our last president, he's like that Family Guy episode when Peter bought the horse had brain damage. That was like Biden. So in charge behind the scenes like Obama during, yeah, totally agree with you. Ted on name only, totally. And you see him like when you see him speak, the new president, I feel like he doesn't like he's loud and he's trying to sound powerful. I felt a little bad for him watching it because I'm like, this guy looks terrified. My prediction is this, okay? This is like a siege on Cuba right now. For the people of Cuba, they've been, if all of my primary source analysis of this is correct, granted, I've only been researching it for about 3 days, but if all of my primary research is correct, which is backed by good secondary sources, they've had to look up to see bottom, the regular people over there. So, being hungry and not having running water and not having power, that's kind of been the case for them for a few years now, especially since this guy took over. And remember, he's supposed to be the revisionist president, right? I pulled this up while we were here. Let me just show you just how well he did. There we go. And then I'm going to share the screen. And yeah, here we go. I really don't like Max. All right, so let's see how he did, guys. Okay, so this is called 7 Charts. This article is from ascoa.org. It's .org, so, this is from February 4th. 7 Charts on Cuba's economic woes. I don't know the source, so I'm just telling you the charts are good, but I don't know the source. Okay, so our boy there, he came in 2019. Gross domestic product. 2019, it was at 96 billion. and it dropped in 2023, dropped down to below 12 billion, and now it looks like it's sitting at about 12.1. That ends in, the last one they had there. Not even a growth rate. Huge spike here. A huge spike, like, man, right when he came in, like, percentage-wise. Okay, let's see the other chart. Let's see how good this guy did. An economy low on energy, big time. Persistent energy shortages. See, I told you. Everyone, all these legacy people blaming Trump. This is 2000, yeah. Persistent energy shortages have contributed to the economic woes. Estimates indicate that the island requires at least, like I said, 100 barrels a day of oil per day to function normally. Domestic production covers about 40,000. Man, I'm good. I got a good memory finally. But Cuba has long relied on Venezuela and to a lesser extent Mexico and Russia to make up the difference in their supply needs. Okay, guys, look, I got to say it again. The communists took over in 1960. The new president's a freaking engineer, yet nothing gets better over there. Maybe it's because the communism doesn't work. At the height of Venezuela's oil production during the presidency of Hugo Chavez, who I'm pretty sure was sleeping with Cristina Kirchner, who was running Argentina at the time, but that's what the Argentines were saying. The South American country supplied Cuba with up to 95,000 barrels per day. Okay, so they need 100,000. God, okay. But Caracas's oil shipments have fallen dramatically in recent years, and Mexico became the island's leading supplier in 2025. Yeah, that's because Venezuela was sending all their oil to China. The energy, and it's pathetic. Remember when Biden was pretty much begging the Venezuelans for oil, even though we actually have the biggest oil fields in the world? What an idiot. The energy forecast for 2026 appears dire. Just so you know, so this was a few days ago, February 4th. Appears dire. Since the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, no Cuba-bound oil tankers have left Venezuelan shores. As of January 2026, Cuba has received only one 85,000 barrel shipment of Mexican oil, raising concerns that fuel could run dry. Okay, so this looks like it's already happened. They shut down the airports today, responding to pressure from the Trump administration. On February 1st, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said her country will continue looking for ways through diplomatic means to send oil to Cuba for humanitarian reasons without seeking confrontation, which means he ain't sending anything because we shut that down. She signaled Mexico would be shipping other types of aid instead. A day later, Trump told reporters that Mexico will stop sending oil to Cuba, and they did. Foreign oil supply to Cuba. What do we got? Russia, Mexico, Venezuela. So in 2020, 33,000 barrels per day coming from Venezuela. And then Russia in 2021, 12,000 plus Venezuela dropped theirs to 24, 31. And then as of today, they're down to 3,000. Damn. 4,000. Yeah, so right up until the end of the year, Russia, Mexico, and Venezuela were sending oil, but not much. I mean, this is a big drop for Venezuela. And, just goes to show you how loyalty is always gets victimized by profit. And then, of course, one of their chief economies was tourism. You can see here those dramatic drops, so you don't need to go through all that. One of their key things was sugar. That's dropped to nothing since this guy took over. He took over in 2019. This chart ends in 2024. And it looks like, if I'm reading this right, so he somehow, oh, no, the value of tobacco increased. Got it. Okay. That's interesting. I know. I wonder if that's interesting. I worked for a Native American cigarette company that was massive. It was like a huge multi-million-dollar operation in the Yakima tribe. And their biggest importers of tobacco, they call them the smoking countries. It was India, China, Pakistan, and some other country, but interesting. That's another interesting industry to look at. Okay, informal Cuban pesos dollar exchange rate. I'm too tired to really get into exchange rates because I don't always understand them from that chart. President Pop. Okay, now this is really telling. You see here, there's not a huge drop in the population, but you could see since he took over here, they have had 2 million people leave, but they're also not producing new people. Okay, so in a healthy society, even if less people leaving than staying, it should still go up because people are making babies and having happy families. That doesn't seem to be the case here. Okay. They don't go into the reasons for that. Migrant encounters at the border. So this was never really that high, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that when Biden opened the borders, a lot of Cubans were coming through Mexico. They put limitations on how many could come through. But as you could see, and they claim to put the same restrictions on Mexicans, Venezuelans, Haitians. But as you can see, it's a stark difference here. And Venezuela's got a bigger population, don't get me wrong. But you see the number of Mexican illegals that were coming through compared to, at their peak, significantly lower than the other countries. And that's because, in my opinion, the Biden administration did not want Cubans coming to America because they're obviously fleeing a communist regime. Which way are they going to vote when they get here? They're going to vote Republican. So there's some charts. So horrible job. He gets an F. Okay. Now, towards the tail end of this, now that we're here, Peter Schweitzer, I just held up his book earlier, The Invisible Coup. He's going to talk about how Cuba, like I read at the beginning from his book, he's going to talk about how what went down in the early 80s and what Cuba's up to now. This is a short clip. And then before I do that, let me just... Oh, okay. So, yeah, okay, gotcha. So on that other thing, gotcha. Trillion, got it. All right. About 10x since then. Oh, really interesting. Okay, you get my curiosity now. Might be a quinky dink, but the American Airlines jet that hit the Pentagon slammed right into the accounting department the morning after Rumsfeld's... Well, yeah, I hear you, but isn't that stuff online? I mean, even back then, it's 2001, but still, I'd imagine they have backups for that. I don't think the plane really knew what part of the Pentagon it was going to hit. I think it just knew how to take off and crash. So, yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. So I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I haven't looked into it, but it's interesting. Probably you're right. It's probably coincidence, but it's interesting. Can you put? Yeah, I'll put my email up. Hold on. Let me put that in the banner, and then we'll keep this rolling here. All right. And by the way, say the name of the episode or the date of the episode when you do write to me, and please keep the email short. Here's the thing: when I was a private investigator, I never read emails that were more than a page long because A, I don't have time, and B, well, not you guys, but when I was a PI, those were always the crazy people. They won't tell you there. So just, subject, that way I can read it, check it out, and get back to you. I always tell people for security reasons, always consider email is like an announcement of what you're going to talk about on the phone or in person. So like a who, when, where, why, and how, just because I do get a lot of emails. And I love your guys' emails, but I do have to sift through them. So just say from the show or something so I know you're part of the audience. That way I prioritize you. Okay, here's my email here. There we go. And normally people don't put up their emails, but we get hacked all the time. And we get spammed all the time, so I don't even care. So yeah, you can write leads, anything like that. Praise the show, send me a thumbs up, whatever, or send me leads. But what I really like to see is that you guys are investigating things that could have a negative effect on your life, like zoning boards. Check those out. That's where the socialists are getting into. Those kind of things are interesting. Follow Autumn, and she kind of is a good guide for that as well. She's just a pro. All right. A couple more of these. I'm going to add this guy. So this Peter Schweitzer. Here we go.
Of poor Cubans poured into Miami. What was the objective there?
Well, our government did a report in the early 2000s that looked at what were the most aggressive attacks on the United States in American history. They mentioned 9/11. They mentioned Pearl Harbor. The third one was the Mariel boat lift. 125,000 Cubans came to the United States, but they were seated with psychopaths, criminals, intelligence officers. And Jimmy Carter said when they started to come, we're going to welcome them with open arms. Fidel Castro told his aides, well, then we're going to fill his arms with human excrement. I won't use the word that he used. But this was a weapon. And what our government report concluded, Jesse, is what happened after 9/11? We destroyed al-Qaeda. What happened after Pearl Harbor? We destroyed the Japanese Empire. What happened after the Mariel boat lift? Nothing. Because what do you do with an immigration attack? That lesson from Fidel Castro in 1980 has been replicated by governments like Mexico who have weaponized immigration. Sealing the border, vitally important by Donald Trump, but there is so much more that needs to be done in order to correct the threats that exist in our country still today.
Okay, so before we go into this, I do have one more sponsor, and I like our sponsors because we're pretty selective. We have sponsors that kind of are better for our audience than for us. A lot of Daily Clout is donor funded, but we take on sponsors who come and go. You know, people's budgets shift; they come back. That are, first of all, our products we use. And now I haven't read the Oxford plan yet, but I'm going to because I just got that today. But our next sponsor, our final sponsor of the night, these guys are fantastic. It's a gold company. There's a lot of them in these spaces, as I'm sure you know. But I will say this. It is American Alternative Assets. Let me get their banner up there. There we go. Okay, that is scrolling on the bottom now. American Alternative Assets is a really good company. We've already done the due diligence on them. They're not rip-off artists. And believe me, and Autumn knows, I caught a company trying to advertise with us that was a bunch of scam artists. And you will be able to find that company pretty soon on consumerdiligence.org, mine and Dallas Ludlum's nonprofit, where we just expose everything about them. So American Alternative Assets, this is a really good one here. And I think they took my advice when they wrote this. But they're right. Listen to this scenario they kind of lay out. Take a drive through any major city after sunset, and you'll notice something strange. Dark windows, empty offices, right, Autumn? Right now, 1 in 5 commercial buildings in America is sitting vacant. That is absolutely true, even in New York. And nearly $1 trillion in real estate loans are coming due this year. If those buildings stay empty, the banks take a hit. And those are the same banks where your retirement savings likely sit. There's a new free report called the Ghost Tower Signal. It is a good report, this one I've read, that breaks it all down. It uncovers 7 early warning signs that showed up before every major crash since 1929. All 7 are active right now. So let me read that again to you. It covers 7 early warning signs that showed up before every major crash since 1929, and all 7 of those active signs are active right now. This won't make the evening news, but it could help you protect your savings from what's coming. Download it free at cloutgold.com or call 855-803-GOLD to get your copy mailed to you. That's cloutgold.com or call 855-803-GOLD. Let me tell you something about Gold and these guys. What I like about these guys, they never spam you. You'll get your free report. It's like a piece of history, honestly. Like, you follow Gold and you figure out a lot of stuff that's happening in the world. Like, for instance, did you know that Ghana is the biggest producer of gold in Africa? Where did Biden fly to right before the LA fires with the mayor of LA? Now, I'm not saying gold has anything to do with that. I would like to know why Biden was going over there and why he brought Karen Bass. I'm pretty sure I know. Different story. Has to do with used garments. But what's happening like in China right now is China is hoarding gold. China also literally owns Brazil at this point. Lula. He's the guy that put together the Sao Paulo Forum that all the new socialists go to. That was Lula, who came out of prison to run for president of Brazil and beat Bolsonaro, who was the populist nationalist candidate, our guy. He didn't really beat him. It was total stolen election. Put it this way, Bolsonaro supposedly got 0 mail-in votes, and Lula got 100% of them. Lula's first trip after he got won was not to the Capitol, not to his mom's house, not to his cousin's house, not to his cellmate's bungalow. No, he went to the Chinese embassy. Okay, that's the first place he went. Why is that important with gold? Because right now there's a Chinese technology deployed in Brazil by the Chinese where the Brazilians can supposedly track Brazilian gold and take legal measures to seize it. So they're claiming that they have this technology that the Chinese built where they can be on, vacation in, New York, walk by, see some jewelry, test it and say, oh, that's Brazilian gold, that's ours. That's an extraordinary measure to take. They're also, us and them have been fighting for control or for mineral deals in Ghana for the gold. China won't let its citizens buy gold. Okay, they're hoarding gold. What's that tell you? Also, gold has gone up at the beginning of the pandemic. I think it was in the thousands. Now I think it's at 5,500 or right. It's been hovering over 5,000 the last week. Gold goes up, dollars going down. But not only that, when gold goes up, that means countries are hoarding gold, which means they're expecting unrest or major events to occur. So if you do nothing else, okay, learn from these guys. Even if you don't open an account with them, you don't have to, okay? But get their free report. Tell them I sent you, okay? But get their free report and use it as a guide because you can literally predict world events if you know how to look at gold. And what's nice about them too, I always test them when we get a new sponsor and I pretend I'm not me. They're very educational and it's actually one of the more interesting calls you'll have. So again, go to cloutgold.com or call 855-803-GOLD. Get your free copy. It's definitely worth it. And they appreciate it. And these guys, they love gold. And not only that, silver and copper. And it's just a really cool industry that they're in. And yeah, like I floated my idea, like, can't you predict the future with gold prices? So like, yeah, how do you think people make money in it? So that's really cool, and you'll learn a lot. I really like this company a lot. So happy to have them as a sponsor, proud to have them as a sponsor. So check them out. Let me know what you think. Also, that is me right there. If you guys want to see my other work, I am going to start doing Substack again. I've been a little lenient on it. And we got a little more of this video. We're going to end it. Okay, I took a little license at the end of this. I did a little kind of grok thing. I'm not really good with AI. Let me know how you did. I think it sums up what the next chapter of what I'm covering is going to be. And that's going to be the American socialists, especially the Democratic Socialists of America, that have literally been directly tied to the government of Cuba, okay, to basically undermine the policies of the United States. It's been a lot of money and influence of people in the anti-ICE rallies, in particular members of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Very, very strong ties. When I said that's, the danger is even if this regime falls, communism is a specter. And as you can see, it doesn't go away. So can we beat the Cuba regime? Absolutely. Will that take out communism? No. It's a major blow to communism, just like Venezuela was a major blow to communism because they were chief supplier of oil to not only Cuba, but also big supplier to China. And I think we just intercepted a ship that was made it as far as the Indian Ocean, and we intercepted that like yesterday. I think it was a Venezuelan ship. But the point is, the danger comes from the ideologies, it's like a religion almost. Okay. And someone said earlier in the podcast, learning how the young socialist liberals think, the person was absolutely correct. and I'll put some links up there. There's a girl, I forgot her name, but there is a girl who runs a show. She kind of looks like Antifa herself, but she's giving a good view of like how these kids think, and it's very accurate because I'm in Brooklyn, man. It's like I go, yeah, I've got kids in that age group, so my daughter's not woke, but some other younglings in my family are a bit, and they're not deep into it. I think they're go-alongs to get along. But the point is, I have DSA all around me. Like, I am in Brooklyn, and this is the hotspot of communism, communist groups. You walk down my street, I walk out on my block. There's just every telephone pole is marks and hammers and sickles. It's insane. Interestingly, that's how they mark their territory, apparently. So you'll see at the end, the AI kind of shows where I'm going with the next chapter. I've done some work on the DSA. I go back to 2022 when I started uncovering things like opencollective.org, which is a lot like Mobilize or Action Network. Open Collective is how they mounted the socialists got all these people to go after the Supreme Court judges. Some kid almost assassinated one of them. That was called the hashtag SCOTUS6. Those were all organized on Open Collective, in particular organized by a group supposedly called Ruth Sent Us, which actually behind it has something called Vigil for Democracy, LLC. One of the officers on that is a Facebook executive from long past, a guy who was like a bartender at the Pulse, club that got shot up in Florida years ago. And then the other one, there's only three of them, is a girl named Snowden Bishop, and you could find her on X all the time. She bounces from Roe v. Wade to Ukraine to get your vaccine. So definitely a professional influencer, probably from the Poynter Institute. The point is, that's the danger here. Okay. And DSA, for those not familiar with it, you could go to their website, dsausa.org, dsausa.org. They just opened a new Cuba branch on their site. And the president himself of Cuba hosted a delegation of these DSA kind of kids in October. Okay. And so if you don't know, I'm sure everyone does now, DSA, they're not a political party, but they are a big PAC. And they were the chief funders behind Mamdani in New York. All the members of the squad, Ocasio, Rashid Tlaib, they're all DSA endorsed members. Feta, the guy who ran for, I guess, senator in the Somali in Minnesota, Ilhan Omar, they're all DSA, all of them. And I'll put a source up, KeyWiki, if you look, it's amazing how much they've spread. I mean, they're spreading like wildfire. Their chief targets are two things. Okay, immigration and landlords. And so check them out. Definitely something to monitor. And then there's other groups. So we're going to start with the DSA because they have the most direct ties, and they are currently under investigation by the House Oversight Committee for not being FARA registered. So that's pretty big offense because, the people investigating them are making, I think, the very correct argument that they are acting as a foreign influence agent on our soil. These are the kids that are always at the rallies on campus, everything like that. In the the Columbia rallies for pro-Palestine, they actually had a Cuban national who was organizing the thing. One of the kids that took the building hostage, and they had two janitors in there. He was actually a Cuban national. And he's 37 years old, not exactly a college kid. So that's kind of where you'll see my weird AI at the end. AI is kind of weird, but what we have here, and very, very special thanks to Rebel News. It's common use stuff, but I did the right thing and I reached out to them and I said, "Hey, you mind if I take a look at this?" And they were like, "Cool, no problem." I'm just trying to get her Twitter thing up here. And so I reached out to Alexandra Lavoie. I'm not good with French. And yeah, so what she did and what her colleague did is they went down to Cuba recently, and big project, and they went undercover as tourists, and they were actually talking to the people. You can see they're kind of hiding in alleys. They pixelated a lot of the people. But pay attention. This is going to be the wrap up here. I'll say goodbye at the end of the video. But pay attention what the Cubans are saying on the ground. Now, I've shown you tons of evidence to show that the blackouts, the famine, the horrible services are nothing new. They have nothing to do. I mean, probably worse under the blockades, but it's not like they were that great anyways. Okay. And the sentiment, and look, people might do editing. I'm not going to question. Maybe they cut out the pro-communist voices. I don't know. I'll certainly ask her, when I talk to her, but we're not connected or anything like that, but you know what I mean? We have a dialogue. She's been pretty good journalist since I've come to know her work, and I've checked out a lot of work. It's pretty good. It's pretty fair, and she does have a lot of sources. So for now, I'm just kind of not going with my gut, but at face value, what I do notice, a lot of these people are saying the same thing. So, and it's not really like they love America. It's like they hate their leadership so much. They don't see this as Donald Trump starving them and strangling them. They see this as their last chance for liberation. And I'm glad she made that video because, a lot of videos there's one called Belly of the Beast. They're like, look, Cuba's great. Look how fat this guy is. Everyone's so happy. And it's just typical Marxist propaganda. So let me just pull this up really quickly so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And I just want to I'll put her profile up at the end, but yeah, I'll put it up at the end. But it is, she does great work. So I'm very happy to share some of this with you. Spliced other stuff, some you saw at the beginning, just to get kind of a wrap up here so you see, what I'm talking about. Until I'm getting tired, can't you? So we're going to add this to the screen, and then we're going to call it night. And I'll put up the donation bar, so, if you guys can help them out, you will. But here we go.
No es el bloqueo. No, la gente no lucha conmigo. El comunismo no funciona. 60 y pico de años y no hay... Yes. Donald Trump nos quiere ayudar. He want to help. He want to help, but he don't want the communists.
Maybe Cuba would be next.
I honestly think that this can be a snowball effect in the long run. Those countries can also be able to be freed.
Realmente yo espero que Cuba sea libre.
It was Cubans that guarded Maduro. He was not guarded by Venezuelan bodyguards.
But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it.
Estamos dispuestos a dar hasta nuestra propia sangre, hasta nuestra propia vida, pero a un precio muy caro.
Que me perdone el presidente de este país, porque para mí mi presidente ahora es Dios. Y para muchos cubanos que no pueden hablar, que están callados. ¿Por qué están callados? Porque es a base del sistema y de la represión que hay.
Trump has signed an executive order declaring a national emergency and establishing a process to impose tariffs on goods from countries that sell or otherwise provide oil to Cuba.
Yo soy cubano, que son canadienses, ellos quieren saber la realidad cubana, ¿no?
Hoy en la actualidad es muy difícil. Tú vas a Centro Habana, vas a ver todos los basureros y las personas buscando basura.
¿Qué piensa de Donald Trump?
Mucha gente dice que está loco, pero con Cuba no está loco.
No.
The Cuban people love to Michael Bublé president.
It is a failing nation. It has been for a long time, but now it doesn't have Venezuela to prop it up. So we're talking to the people from Cuba, the highest people in Cuba, to see what happens.
Todo empezó por Fuyeta. Todo empezó por él. Y hasta hoy, hace más de 60 años, estamos en lo mismo.
ya los cubanos no de acuerdo con comunismo porque ya no comunismo, ya Trump, te voy a decir, es un loco con dinero. Puede querer la libertad, pero quiere también sus ingresos, ¿tú me entiendes? Donald Trump quiere la libertad de Cuba.
Hello friends, this is Dario Fernandez, your Miami-Dade County tax collector. We just arrived from Tallahassee. We was fighting two bills, one against the dictatorship in Cuba and another one to eliminate the yellow sticker. But the good news is that President Trump just announced an executive order. This executive order is to declare the communist socialist regime of Cuba a national threat to the United States of America, a national threat to the national security of the United States of America. So that is the good news, y eso es algo que nosotros veníamos diciendo de hace muchísimos meses. La dictadura asesina castrocomunista fue, es y será un peligro para la seguridad nacional de los Estados Unidos de América. Y con esta orden ejecutiva, el mundo entero ya sabe que el presidente Donald Trump tiene palabra y la libertad del pueblo de Cuba está más cerca que nunca.
Cuba is not dead! Anybody! Hands off Cuba!
Take this, comrades, for the Viva Cuba!
All right. So that is where we ended tonight. Forget about that February 26th. I'm learning how to edit videos. So yeah, just want to, I see No Longer Tired. It's Getting Tired. I'm actually going to save that because that's classic. Yeah, I understand. Oh, come on. Don't be such a wimp. It's only 1:30 in the morning. We've only been going for 4 hours. So yeah, really quickly, thank you to Rebel News, Alexandra Lavoie. Let me just pop her X up there. You can find the entire documentary she did. Is fantastic. Definitely watch it. Let me pop that up there. There we go. Okay, you find her there, and it's worth it. And if you can donate, they're trying to still pay for that thing. But you can see the documentaries right there on her X, and they did really well. She's always done good work. I've seen her up there at the truck rallies in Canada. She got really beaten bad up there. She's a trooper, so I'm pretty impressed with her as a journalist. Very impressed, actually. So check out all her work. And again, just a shout out to her. Thank you very much for getting right back to me and, saying no problem, use it, keep, and it was very helpful. I'm glad I found it. So thank you to her. All right, guys, that is it. So on our next episode, I'm going to let No Longer Tired getting off the hook. And yes, Autumn, I agree with you. I do want to say thank you to everyone, No Longer Tired, Stoop, Anti-Corruption, as always, everyone that was on the cast. Stuck with me, and I did see Blue Wolf Moon earlier. Sorry, I forgot to say hello if you're still there. And I will put all the links in the Rumble description, which you can find over there at this right there scrolling. I'll put all these in tomorrow. It's too late to do it tonight. All my research, everything like that, and I'll also put it on my Substack, which you can find in the description. And check out all of our shows at Daily Clout, doing some great work over here, and more to come. On our next episode, just like you saw at my kind of pedestrian AI attempt at the end, we're going to take a deep dive into the DSA and their ties, historically, to some degree, to Cuba. And actually, the Cubans, I don't know the exact name, but they actually renamed themselves like the Democratic Socialists from Communists because before the fall of Batista, they were trying to hide. So they hid behind that title. And this is kind of getting real. It's a fast-growing organization. Everyone that says something that sounds a little too woke, a little too socialist, even if they're like a Texas dude that I found, go to their website on X, click on it. I guarantee you're going to find their DSA. They got thousands of members. It's crazy. Everyone get a good night's sleep. and I will talk to you soon. I will announce when the next episode will be on my X at Brian O'Shea SBI. If you follow me, send me a message. If you can't message me, just post it publicly and just say, hey, really enjoyed your show. Please follow back, and I will. Okay, you just mentioned this episode. I will follow you back. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. We got a lot of work to do. And remember, this fight is more than just a kinetic threat from supporters of not just Cuba, but think of it more as supporters of that entire specter of communism around the world. Okay, it's not just a kinetic threat, which is real. We've seen that in these violent protests, violent riots, attacking ICE agents back in Alameda, California. As I reported this summer, they actually had a U-Haul try to ram its way through the Coast Guard base there, and they opened fire on them. It's very, very serious. Communist revolution is nothing to joke about. Don't let the blue hair and the flabby arms fool you. They're dangerous because they have mobs, and they have a lot of kids that are really buying into this stuff. They're not all paid. A lot of them really believe it. And I've met them. Some of them are my neighbors. Okay. We do have footage from inside a couple of these tenant meetings where they're going after landlords, not going after BlackRock. They're just going after private landlords because they're the evil ones. Their stated goal is the abolishment of capitalism, which translates in modern socialist language to the abolishment of the United States and the abolishment of private land ownership. Kind of explains why they don't respect anyone's boundaries. And there's so much more. So take deep dives. If you have leads, send them to me. I will stop rambling on. Thank you so much. It was good to join you guys again. And can't wait till the next one. We got a lot of stuff to uncover. Autumn, give me a shout tomorrow. Let's talk. And everyone else, I will look for your emails. And thank you for your support. This has been Brian O'Shea with Investigate, everything from dailyclout.io. Have a great one more comment. Hey, Blue Wolf, there you are. Okay, good. Thank you so much, man. God bless. Regards, Naomi, please. Yeah, you got it. Oh, sorry, guys. I know you're tired. One more thing. I forgot to give a shout out to, and please follow them. So my friend Jimmy Wagner, Naomi's friend, we helped them with some campaigns for Brooklyn candidates, Republican candidates in the Brooklyn area that I think they got their election stolen, to be quite honest. That's another story. Another story there is this group. It's called the Donald J. Trump Club of Brooklyn. They had a big gala the other night. I just want to say thank you to Jimmy and that group. I'm going to put their X profile up here too. Jimmy's doing great work. Jimmy has also talked to Dexter Taylor. You might know him. He was the man who was wrongfully imprisoned for assembling firearms in his Brooklyn apartment. Even though he did it legally per the ATF, it's because he didn't have a permission slip from New York. And at his trial, the judge actually said in Dexter Taylor's trial, she said to his defense lawyer, who tried to bring up Second Amendment arguments, that the Second Amendment doesn't exist in her courtroom, in a district courtroom in the United States. You can find episodes of me and Dexter. There's plenty of them. I talk to Dexter probably once a week. He's up in Kosaki Prison up near Hudson Valley. And he got 10 years for this. 10 years. Okay, and so trying to get him out. I can't tell you Jimmy's plan with him, but it's pretty creative. Let me just share this really quickly, and then I will wrap it up. Okay, so please follow them. Let them know I sang you. You don't have to. But anything you could do, the way you can support that club is not with money, but what they need is exposure. Okay, so follow the Donald J. Trump Kings County Republican Club. And it's very sad, and I'm going to say this, okay, because you be well too, Blue Wolf. I'm wrapping up soon. Please, everyone, follow these guys. Let them know I sent you, because I want Jimmy to know we've got his back. Investigate Everything has his back. And maybe for the next election, you guys can all pitch in with me effort-wise. We could do some political opposition research for him and crowdsource that. Here's the sad part, okay? This is why we kind of need to have our own little revolution, take over the Republicans. These guys got no help from the young Republicans of New York, none. Reached out to them dozens of times, running these candidates. Very, very sad. And these guys work hard. Jimmy is a lawyer by day, and then he's doing this in his own time. So we love these guys, love all their candidates. They're fantastic. And a quick thank you. And by the way, what's really cool, best gift bag ever from a party. You know, there was so much cool stuff in here. Got a clipboard. I was hoping I had my rubber ducky. There's a bottle here, a little water bottle, DJ. And I didn't even know these were on here. And if you want, I was very, very surprised to see this. And kind of honored, but in their program, I didn't even see it until after the gala. They have this here, and then high quality, but then they talk about all the candidates that they run. Lots of good candidates, and then they even had Sliwa, who was there the other night as well. And you find Jimmy's information. I'm gonna have to get a soft copy of these. But yeah, he actually had media appearances, and this is so cool. I feel like a rock star when I saw this. They actually had this show in there. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Okay. Yeah, and you can see they have. Oh yeah, here we go. So they have Finest Unfiltered podcast appearances here. There we go. All right, and yeah, there it is. That's a great episode. So if you get a chance, check it out. They're doing really good work. I'm really impressed with these guys. Please follow them. Okay, the way you help them is when they post, repost it, talk about it. Even for the next elections locally. This is how we take New York from the ground up, not from the top down. Okay, because the DSA is like the plague here. And this is one of the only groups that has a chance of fighting against that plague because they're part of the community. And I will say this, DSA did not gain any ground in the areas that Jimmy Wagner and the Donald J. Trump Kings County Republican Club cover. So that's a good thing. You support them by amplifying their candidates, amplifying what they're doing as much as you can. All right. So that was a thank you for the gala, guys, at the DJ Donald J. Trump Club. I really appreciate it. Me and Naomi had a great time, great food, great host, really incredible speeches. I can't thank them enough. So, all right, that's it for tonight. You guys all have a good night. I'm going to cut it off there, and we'll see you next time. All right, take care.